25, Fernley City Council meeting. If anybody needs hearing devices, please come up and see Ms. Swanson. She can set you up there. To avoid meeting disruptions, please place cell phones in the silent mode or turn them off during the meeting. All meetings are recorded. When addressing the council, please sign in, state your name, and speak clearly into the microphone. Thank you for understanding. Introductory items, we will start with 1.1 Pledge of Allegiance, and I've asked Councilman Lau to lead us in that. Okay, thank you. We will now 1.2 roll call. Ward 1, Councilman Hanna is present. Ward 2, Councilwoman Zaberski is present. Ward 3, Councilman Lau is present. Ward 4, Councilman Torres is present. And at the moment, Ward 5, Councilman Mendoza is not present. Line item 1.3, public forum. This portion of the meeting devoted to the public. The public may comment on any matter that is not specifically included on the agenda as an action item. Items not included on this agenda cannot be acted upon other than to place them on a future agenda. If you wish to comment, you can do so in person at the meeting. Raise your hand, feature in Zoom, *9 if you're participating via phone. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. Please avoid repetition. The mayor may, at his discretion, hold comment until the second public forum at the end of the meeting. Public comments submitted prior to 4 p.m. the day of the meeting will be provided to City Council and added to the record, but will not be read during the live meeting. Any public input received after 4 p.m. the day of the meeting will be included in the record, but may not reach council members before action is taken. Is there any public comment at this time? Seeing none, is there anybody on Zoom? Nobody on the phone? Okay, we will now move on to line item 1.4, looking for an approval of the agenda.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Lau, second by Councilman Hannan. Please vote. And motion carries 4-0. We'll now move on to line item 2, looking for a motion on the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilman Hannan.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda with item 2.15, the Cedar Street repavement project, moved to the council meeting on November the 5th, 2025.
Second that motion.
We have a motion by Councilman Hannan pulling 2.7 to put on the next meeting in November, or 2.15, I'm sorry, 2.15, moving it on to the November 1st meeting, November 5th meeting, seconded by Councilman Lau. Please vote. Motion carries 4-0. Ms. Swanson, would you please read the business licenses at this time?
Yes, sir. Tonight we have the Paw Spa, Dog Grooming Services, Shade Concepts, Residential Small Commercial Contractor, Wademan Corporation General Contractor, Northern Nevada Notary Signing, Notary Services, Dry Tech Roofing and Sliding Contractor, VA Consulting Engineers, Engineering Services, Freeway Mobile Home Park, new owner of the mobile home park, Ezzy Signs, Electrical Signs Contractor, Maxed Professionals, Remax Professionals Real Estate Sales, CJP Plumbing, Plumbing Contractor, 780 Sunny Lane, Residential Fourplex, new owner, 145 Curry Lane, Residential Rentals, Fourplex, new owner, Hull Physical Therapy, Peter Hull and Hannah Hull, Commercial Property Rentals, A Little Off the Top Hair Services, new owner, High Desert Drywall, drywall contractor, Tracy Roofing, roofing contractor, Divine Joy Homes, residential dwelling, fourplex new owners, Cinemark Corporation, roofing, waterproofing contractor, and Sunshine Spa massage therapist.
All right, thank you, Ms. Swanson. We will now move on to line item 3. Reports by city staff, council, the mayor, including but not limited to monthly statistic reports by city departments. First of all is Lyon County Sheriff, Chief Deputy Mitch Branningham.
Chief Deputy Mitch Branningham from Lyon County Sheriff's Office. Good evening, Council. Mr. Mayor, thank you for having me this evening. Going to do my best to be brief. We got a room full of people, I think, and a long agenda ahead of us. We're coming into a trunk or treat season for the Sheriff's Office. Generally, during the last couple of weeks of October, we're out trying to participate in the community trunk or treat events. They're pretty good events. Normally, different community groups or government entities host these events, bring kids to a safe place to get candy and do other Halloween festivities. If people have those events or have one coming up, please reach out to me. Let me know. I would be happy to get a sheriff's office vehicle out there and participate in those. Last year and the year prior, we did somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 to 35 of these events over the course of the county. And we do donations and things like that to collect candy. We give away somewhere in the neighborhood of $1,000 worth of candy or more on a yearly basis at these events. So if people would like to donate or would like us to participate in their event, just reach out to us and we'll try and make those things happen. I talked at the last meeting about a lot of the state systems that we're still struggling to work with after the crash that happened back in the end of August. A lot of those systems have come back online in the last week or so. So we are starting to get access back to a lot of those different components and may be able to answer questions or get information that a couple weeks ago we didn't have available to us. Oftentimes when I talk about different crimes and events that happen here in the city, we focus on like a lot of local crime and local cases, but we've had a couple of cases come to us from other jurisdictions. I just wanted to highlight a couple of those things tonight. We had a couple cases come out of Washoe County that ended up here in Fernley over the last few days. One of which was in the news and people may have heard about, where we had a strangulation case over in Washoe County and the suspect fled out this way. Deputies were able to work with Washoe County and locate that person and take them into custody. And oftentimes we get questions about what happens in those cases when we take somebody into custody for another county or on their behalf. In these cases where we have a very close jurisdiction, they were able to meet with those investigators and facilitate transfer and custody of that person to them. So they won't show up on like a booking report or in the blotters or things like that folks are here in town, because we just transfer them right back to Washoe County and they handle the case and do the things over there. The other question I've gotten is about press releases and media releases for that stuff. And we release a ton of information. We really do our best to be transparent with those things, but we're not going to release information about a neighboring jurisdiction's case or release details about a case until they're at a point in that investigation that they can release that information. So when we do get those requests, we try and direct them back over there. And that case was a prime example of that, where it generally would be of interest to people here. When they see it on the news, they're wondering why that's going on in Fernley and they haven't heard about it from us. And it's really just been deferred back to Washoe County to release that information. The other case that we had come up is the deputies were out looking for a stolen U-Haul that was taken in Washoe County, and they ended up locating it here in town over by the Starbucks. And they were on scene over there for a couple hours yesterday, processing out that U-Haul and doing the recovery of it and trying to get it back to the folks over in Washoe County. But that was worth mentioning, highlighting the working relationship that the sheriff's office as a whole and the individual deputies maintain with some of those surrounding jurisdictions. Great relationships with Churchill County, Story County, and Washoe County, as well as the tribal agencies in the region. And we do a lot of cases for them. And if people see an arrest or hear about an arrest or something like that, and it's not in the blotters or not in the arrest logs, a lot of times that's why, is because it was attached to one of those other jurisdictions. And then the last thing that I wanted to touch base on, we talked about traffic enforcement the last time I was here. We have been out in the school zones doing some enforcement and making contact with people, particularly over on Hardy and Cottonwood. I've done a little bit of enforcement over at East Valley and around the high school area. And we also had the opportunity to participate in the city's traffic safety study and provide some problematic areas that we see crashes or that we see a high number of traffic violations. And I was able to go out with the folks from NDOT, put eyes on those locations and discuss some of the safety hazards that we see in those areas. So I want to say thank you to the city for including us in that process and taking the feedback on our end for that project. So that's all I have this evening. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Council have any questions? Councilman Hannon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Chief Deputy. Just want to thank you for your hard work. It really shows. A lot of people, I just got a phone call on the way in here 5 minutes before the meeting about the traffic in front of Wells Fargo area, Newlands and 95 alternate. And he says, tell the sheriff, you know, when you see him he said under sheriff, but chief deputy. And I said, they already know they're working on it. So everyone notices what you're doing and solid work. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Chief Deputy. Do anybody here from the fire department? Anybody from the school district? All right, bless you. So acting city manager Lydia Altek is down in Vegas at a Nevada Rural Housing Conference. So she asked me to step in and do a few announcements. And so I will, first of all, I want to introduce Randy Garr, who is Animal Control Manager, and she'll come up and do her little presentation. And for the record, Councilman Mendoza is now present at the meeting.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council and staff. Randy Garr, Animal Services Program Manager for the record. I'm excited to announce that the Friends of Fernley Animal Services will be hosting our first ever fundraising event this Sunday at the out-of-town park. Halloween is a dog-friendly 5K fun run paired with a pet adoption event featuring local small business vendors to amazing food trucks. We are really thrilled to be a part of this event and look forward to seeing the public there. You can find out the sign-up information on the flyers in the back of the room, on the Animal Control City of Fernley Facebook page, Friends of Fernley Animal Services Facebook page, as well as the city's website. Cost to participate is $40, and the first 50 participants will receive a swag bag with a t-shirt and some really awesome goodies. So far, over 40 people have registered for the event. Same-day registration begins at 8 a.m. Pet costume contest is at 9:30, and the race will begin about 10 o'clock. All proceeds are going directly to the Friends of Fernley Animal Services to help us fundraise for a shelter in the city of Fernley, capable of housing dogs and cats. The event is not limited to the number of participants, and we welcome everyone to join us.
All right, thank you very much. Does
Thank you.
council have any questions? All right, thank you very much. We'll now move on to reports. I will start with Councilman Mendoza.
Sorry for being late and nothing else to report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Torres.
Just a quick update. Remind everybody that it's time to start gathering your information for the upcoming FCTA grant applications. The city will be accepting applications from November 1st through November 30th. To help you with this process, detailed information will be available on the Fernley website starting on October 20th. And be sure to check it out at cityofFernley.org. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to April Homey at 775-784-9858. And the FCTA board will review the grant applications and make grant selections during the December 8th, 2025 FCTA board meeting, which starts at 6 p.m. in this room. Two events for October from the FCTA. That's at the FCTA sponsors. The first is Fernley Aces Delicatessen Haunted House, and that's at 40 North Center Street. That's going to run from October 17th and 18th, the 24th and 25th, and the 30th and 31st. Doors open at 7 p.m., ages 12 years and up, and tickets are $15. And then October 25th and 26th is the Fernley softball tournament. It's called Scared Hitless at the out-of-town park. And for information on that, contact Brian at 530-908-2769. And then I just want to point out one of the agenda items that was on the consent is been a lot of work and a lot of time by staff and by Mike Worm and his folks with the Truckee Meadows Boys and Girls Club. And since it's on consent, it was actually to approve the ground lease, and the Early Learning Center will be built on that piece of property. And the funding will come from private donors. So that's a big deal for us. It's also part of the workforce development here in the city of Fernley. And I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware that that happened today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Lau.
I have nothing.
Councilwoman Zaborski,
Nothing at this time. Thank you.
Councilman Hannan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to remind everyone, and Brandy already said, this Sunday at 8 o'clock is the Halloween. She just spoke about it. Of the top 5 things, sea-tax, lower prices of water, animal shelter is on our list, and we really need this for Fernley. The amount of animals in Fernley and the time it takes to transport animals from here to Lyon County to Silver Springs takes up a gargantuan amount of time and energy for our staff here. So having a facility here in Fernley is a huge deal for us. This is one of probably the top five things that people are asking me for. And so I'm signed up for Sunday. It's $40, and you don't have to run the 5K. You can walk it. I'm going to walk it. But there'll be a contest there for the animals to dress up, food trucks and events. And if you live local, please support local. We really appreciate your help. We need as many people there on Sunday as possible. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And I'd like to piggyback on what Councilman Torres was talking about, 2.16, which was discussion possible action to approve a ground lease agreement between the Boys and Girls Club of Truckee Meadows and the city of Fernley. This ground lease is for the Early Learning Center. And I think this is the quickest that we have really worked very hard. Staff has worked very hard with their lawyers and attorneys and stuff to get this done in a couple weeks. So this is really amazing. I want to thank the staff because they really did work really hard to get this done in a timely manner. So I want to thank them. Also, I'd like to talk about Spooktacular 2025. It's at City Hall, October 31st, from 4 to 7. Come join us for our indoor trick or treating. We will have outdoor as well, graveyards, and everything in the hallway like we have been. And like always, we can always use donations of candy. It seems like every year we get more and more littles out here to trick or treat. And so we just can't have enough candy for the littles. So anyways, I want to thank you for that. Let's see, that's all I have. Line item 4, proclamations by the mayor. There are none at this point. So we will now move on to line item 5.1. And we have a representative here from Kinder Morgan. And before I ask Randy Garr to get up to introduce the representative for Kinder Morgan, I want to thank them so much for their support of our animal services here in Fernley. You know, it's one thing I think we as residents really don't take a really hard look at when we look at all the growth that's happening in Fernley, where we're having all these people move in, and when these people move in, most of the time these people have pets. So the animal control with only two people, it really makes it difficult for them to do their jobs when they're looking at 25,000 people. And if everybody has one pet, that's 25,000 pets. So I want to thank them. And then now I'd like to introduce our Randy Garr to come up.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, and staff. Randy Garr, Animal Services Program Manager for the record. Tonight, I am incredibly honored to introduce a very important guest, Bryce Perkins with Kinder Morgan. Kinder Morgan has graciously donated $25,000 to Animal Services to go towards building a future animal shelter in the city of Fernley. We are extremely thankful to Kinder Morgan's generosity and helping us to begin the foundation for such a very important cause. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce Bryce Perkins.
Thank you. My name is Bryce Perkins. I'm with Kinder Morgan. We're just happy to help and be part of the community. Nevada my whole life, so it means a lot to me. So thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
I want you folks to stand up here, Mayor, and then with council, so we can get a picture.
Yes, ma'am.
We're just gonna do a quick photo op.
Thank you.
Of course.
All right, once again, thank you very much, Bryce, and please tell Kinder Morgan and the higher ups that we really appreciate this donation. It's really helped the city of Fernley out, so thank you. We'll now move on to line item, oh, wait a minute. 5.2, Justin Murdoch, City of Fernley Development Coordinator, to present an update on the art park. Ms. Jessica?
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Jessica Murdoch, Development Coordinator for the record. Today, I'm here to talk about the Art Park donations. The Art Park is located on Main Street, and throughout this presentation, you will see all the photos that are from the Art Park, as well as another donation site. So these are all true pictures that I was allowed to use. I want to start by thanking Twisted Steel. They were commissioned to create all of the art that is currently present at the art park. And after that, they decided to donate 4 additional 5-foot flower bouquets. They also volunteered at the community planting day. And as the project moves forward, future donations are in the works. So Twisted Steel is a local business here in Fernley. It's been a pleasure to work with them, and we look forward to working with them in the future. Next, we have the Fernley Aces. They were gracious enough to give us a $2,500 donation, which we use that monetary donation to purchase more flowers and art along the walkway. They also came out with multiple members for our community planting day. They have been a great inspiration for the art park with everything that they do in the community in terms of their art and their community outreach. And so it was a pleasure to work with them as well. Next, we have Trex. And Trex has not only helped us with the art park, they also donated 10 benches and 8 planter boxes to the cemetery, which are in the works of being put out and positioned with our Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. They, for the art park, also helped us put some trees out there, which was something the city of Fernley really wanted to put out there with some trees. And the ground was just not gonna work with us. So they made custom-made Trex planter boxes, 4 of them. And then their workers volunteered their time, came out to the art park and installed them for us. Trex has been a pleasure to work with, and I'm going to say that about everyone because it's all true. But they are also eager to participate more in our community outreach program and do more work with the city of Fernley. Our own mayor and his family have also contributed to the art park in a form of donation, sorry. The mayor and his granddaughter spent a weekend building these smaller Trex planter boxes, which they then installed along the phase 1 of the art park, which we then were able to install plants to grow along those archways. And you can already see them out there in the photos as well as along Main Street now. Last but not least, I do want to touch on Community Planting Day. That happened in August, and we had multiple people, multiple organizations, multiple residents come out and help with this day. Most of the pictures throughout this presentation has been from the planting day. And as you can see, there's a few names here that have not already been thanked. A Step Ahead Preschool, the Chamber of Commerce, and Fernley residents, as well as RE/MAX professionals, and of course, our city staff from General Services and Parks. I did go ahead and invite the groups that participated in these donations to tonight's meeting in case they wanted to speak on the project or how they contributed on the project, and I'm going to invite them up now to speak. If I have any takers. I got
Come on, Jim, you're always good for some words.
Okay. We'll get to you later. Is this still on? Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. I'm Jim Moffett, Twisted Steel. I'd like to say that we're honored to be a part of the beautification of Fernley, and we look forward to doing more, hopefully. And I want to thank the city manager's office, and especially Jessica Murdoch for all the hard work she's done. And we've been in a few meetings with them, and we're hoping to do more. We just finished up in Gardnerville, and the turnout from the people in the town of Gardnerville is just amazing. We've been working with them for 4 years now, and our last delivery 2 weeks ago, we had the VFW there, the Rotary there, the Chamber of Commerce there, and it was just really neat to see the whole community come together for a park that they're building there. I hope to see the same in Fernley. Thank you.
How about that? Good evening, Shannon Sarasola for the record. I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank Jessica Murdoch and Lydia. We've been working with them and been a part of the meetings for the Main Street Park. We look to do, as I work with the Chamber of Commerce, and Lowell Patton and I are part of the Main Street Fernley program. We look to continue the growth of that park and the betterment of the park. It's nice to drive down Main Street and to see some improvements and to see the Polaris Plaza matching up with it and being a beautiful Main Street. Thanks to Twisted Steel for all their great work. It's fun to work with them as well. We do talk about a lot how we use Gardnerville as our, the holy grail of what we'd like Fernley to be like. And so it's nice to see that we're making those steps. And we hope that the mayor and the council continue to put forth money to this park and make sure that it's important that our Main Street keeps getting improved on a step-by-step process. So thank you.
Now's it on? There we go. Hey, good evening. Danny Yulhorn for the record, Fernley Aces. I just want to say the same thing as everybody else has said. Thank you for the city for finally doing something with this park. I've been here for 20 years or so, and it's just been rocks sitting on the side of the road, and it's really neat to see it come together and start turning into something. We've had a vision ourselves of what we'd like to see, and I'm glad to see the city moving forward. And I really like Twisted Steel's artwork and the city's plants and stuff like that. It's finally turning into something, and it'll be nice to see where it finally goes. So thanks again for having us be a part of it. We really appreciate it.
If we could, everybody that is here that donated, could you come up to the front where Dane is so that April could get a really good picture? And then I'd like to give you one of my coins.
Hello. Thank you guys for coming up tonight. Thank you. You can block the bucket, that's right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Come on, you
Thank
too.
you.
Yeah,
I
want to associate with the gravel. Suck it in.
know, it's like I'm gonna push it out. I can't do that.
You're off the hook.
There's a surprise.
And I do want to share with council that Gardnerville also liked the flower bouquet so much on Fernley Main Street that they also commissioned some flowers for their own. Jim, you were supposed to talk about that.
My mic not working's messing me up here. All right, we will now move on to line item 6.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I just want to make a comment.
Oh, yeah.
My light's been
Go
on.
ahead, Councilman Hannon.
Thank you. I just want to say this is extremely important. It's the culmination of Small Town America, a public-private partnership that makes this project hit home for all of us. It sort of touches all of our hearts. You can see the folks that live here are putting their heart and soul into what we're doing downtown. And I say this with the Boys and Girls Club. I'm saying it with you guys as well. This is planting a seed. We're planting a seed, and great things will grow out of this. And so this is just the beginning. And I want to thank you all for your hard work and dedication to the city. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilman Torres.
First off, I want to thank Jessica and the city. You guys you're absolutely killing it, Jessica. From the community development, lost it, to the Main Street Park, and the lady sitting next to you, Randy, and her staff as well. You guys are really becoming the leaders in the city. So thank you guys for everything that you do. Everybody who came out and donated or worked as well, thank you guys so much. And I think, Jim, maybe you're just getting old and a little bit mellow because you're not as angry as usual. So that's okay too, buddy. Thank you guys for everything that you're doing. Thank you guys.
Yeah, I too just want to make just a slight comment about how Main Street looks. You know, I can't wait until we continue with Main Street and fixing it up, because the little section that is done already, I have had so many compliments on how it looks. The art, the flowers, the boxes, just absolutely everything. And it really does dress our Main Street up, which the city of Fernley has needed for a long time. And Jessica does such a great job. You know, she's a go-getter. When she puts her mind to something, she gets it done. That's why I made her the chair of our 25th anniversary because she is a go-getter and she organizes and she knows how to get things done. So thank you, Jessica, and thank you everybody that has so far worked on our Main Street. We appreciate each and every one of you. So thank you. Okay, any other council? No? Okay. We'll now move on to line item 6.1, discussion possible action to approve to move forward with the constitution of phases 2 and 3 of the Main Street Art Park. And Ms. Jessica.
Good evening again. This is a pleasure to work in front of you guys. Jessica Murdoch, Development Coordinator for the record. So Main Street Art Park. Project history. This has been a longstanding project in our community. It started many years ago. It actually started with the Rotary Club. And then the city of Fernley got involved. And then unfortunately, we had a few project delays, such as COVID, departures of staff members. So once we got to March of 2025, we had $60,000 left over on a grant. And my supervisor said, Jess, what can you do with $60,000? And I said, well, where do you want me to use it? So we talked about the art park, and we went and sought approval from the Governor's Office of Economic Development to use a primary portion of the funds for the art park. And they approved with the condition that we use portion of that fund still towards the original site, which the original site was the depot and the Polaris Plaza. I officially received that approval in May of 2025. Once I received that approval, the city of Fernley made sure to meet with community organizations. We wanted to seek their input. We wanted to see what everyone else wanted to see in that park. There had been notes from previous meetings, but we wanted to see what it is that we could do. We did have an original plan for that park, but that plan unfortunately was not going to be realistic. It involved a soccer field, it involved planting trees, which we figured out was going to be difficult. And it included things that were no longer going to work along Main Street. So we met with the Fernley Aces. We did presentations at Fernley Builders and at Chambers. We met with Main Street Fernley, and then again, Main Street Fernley with the Fernley Community Foundation. And once we gathered those opinions and those insights, we came up with a plan. And the progress is seen on Main Street every day when you drive by. What we ended up doing is dividing the Main Street Art Park into 5 phases. Phase 1A was across the street here at the art park. Phase 1B was the work that needed to be completed per the grant for the depot and Polaris Plaza. That grant had a dead date of September 2025, where all funds had to be spent as well as installed at the park. Those funds, that $60,000, was used to purchase art, planter boxes, matching benches, and the plants. We were not able to finish phase 2 and phase 3. We were able to establish the walking path that is now clearly out there for phases 1, 2, and 3 on the art park. And then we, of course, are hoping to complete phases 4 and 5 in 2027. Going over the continuation of the progress up to date, the asphalt walkway is now sealed. Multiple community residents are using that path daily. We see people walking, exercising, walking their dogs. I've been out there with the crew, and we have seen kids coming in and adding to the art snake that's out there, adding rocks out there. It has inspired a lot of community participation, and it's been great to see it grow. While we were organizing and planning all this out, we did plan for the future. So we do have a drip line system installed for all the new plants, and we plan to continue that drip system as well throughout the park. We also envisioned putting lights out there, so we included electrical sleeves throughout the walkway for art and for lighting. And of course, we were mindful of the plants that would be out there, that they would live out there and bring life to the dirt park that it had been known for. We also installed the art park sign, from Twisted Steel. That also included 3 new archways and 7 new art pieces from Twisted Steel. The donated planter boxes from Trex, as well as poly-made planter boxes and benches, which were purchased with the funding from the grant. And our pre-planning phases for 4 and 5 include extending that walkway, establishing lighting, mural walls, music in the park, more art sculptures. We even have an idea for a hashtag spot to help bring tourism into Fernley in the form of angel wings made by possibly Twisted Steel, and establishing safe parking for the area. I do want to touch on the community impact of this project because we've had so much. And we had so many residents come out for the planting day. We had the preschoolers come out, which was great because they showed up in their shirts and they had a blast working with Randy, one of our crew members, who was instructing them on the plant and how to water them and not kill them, as well as how to plant them. And they all took turns. The beautification of Main Street is very important, and I want to touch base on that because we do have the 25th anniversary coming up, and the more that we can do out there and accomplish out there as a community will really help bring the 25th to life and bring that spark back to Fernley. The established walking path, like I said, is highly used. I saw kids running around over the weekend, and I think they were chasing each other and not torturing each other, but they were having fun. And it was great to see the parents so relaxed sitting on the bench as their kids ran around. I feel like this part of Main Street is becoming a bit of community pride, and it has the potential to improve our tourism here in Fernley, as well as its event center for our community as well. Here's a proposed timeline for finishing phase 2 and phase 3 and what the city of Fernley would like to accomplish. We would like to purchase an artistic gazebo. It is not engineered. It is not a shade structure. It is artistic, but it would take the place of where the artichoke gazebo used to be. And in that current spot, we have established 4 benches, so it would be a nice sitting area for those who want to sit there. The condition for this gazebo would be through Twisted Steel, and if it is commissioned, we would actually possibly receive a donation of a water feature unit. So you would not only have the gazebo there, you would have a water fountain to add to the scenery. Moving forward, we do want to put shade structures out there because we're in the desert and it needs some shade, right? So we're looking at polygon for phase 2. We would include 2 shade structures. They are 8 foot by 14 feet. And then a larger structure in phase 3, which would be a 12 foot by 23 foot shade structure. That, of course, would have to work with a general contractor and would have to go out to bid possibly based on the estimates. We also want to add a community brick wall. We wanted to tie in again to the depot and what the Fernley Community Foundation's doing over there. We've ironically also reached out to Memories Etched in Stone like they have and are working on getting an estimate for bricks. These bricks would be open to anyone who would like to purchase them as a local business, as a community organization, as a Fernley resident, anything to bring more of our community involved in this park. And this wall would be along the walking path, so you'd be able to stop, see it, enjoy it, and it'll be open to be added to it. Another improvement we would like to do is update the tortoise. It's in dire need of a paint job. And some of the tiles are broken, And the city of Fernley has contacted the Fernley High School, and we are currently looking to plan a painting day so we can get the students involved in updating not only the tortoise, but the matching bench. And I do want to point out that the tortoise needs a head lift. So we are talking to Twisted Steel as seeing about how we could lift up that head just a little higher and make it again another hashtag point for people to take better pictures with the tortoise than it being just so low to the ground, and make it just a little bit easier for everyone. So these are just some basic visuals. This is the polygon structures I and the city of Fernley are looking at purchasing. I do want to point out that in the staff report that was provided to council, I provided the shade structures, the designs, the sizes, as well as the color options, the roofing material options, the designing options. We also have options for electrical cutouts for power and cutouts for solar power. All of that can be included on these shade structures, and I thought you guys might appreciate that information and the options that this company provides. And I do apologize for the next slide because these are AI images, but this is a rough concept of what we are looking to add to the art park. These shade structures would go over the walking path and provide shade to those who are walking the path or who are sitting on the benches along the path. And of course, we can always do more than 3, but I'm just looking at 3 for right now. This next visualization is provided by Twisted Steel. This is the artistic gazebo. It's very pretty. And it would be a little bit bigger than this because our area is quite bigger than what Gardnerville was asking for. But if you look into the bottom left corner, that is a picture of the round cement pad where the gazebo used to sit. And that is where we are looking to install it. And because it's a metal frame and not a shade structure, it doesn't have to be engineered. And we would be able to incorporate more plants there and create a more enjoyable sitting area. And then again, keep in mind that wonderful fountain would be in the middle of that as well. So the reason I'm here today, that $60,000 is gone. And I went to our finance department, and basically we have some money in the general fund, and I'm asking that city council possibly review and approve that we take some money from the general fund and put it towards the art park. Now, the money that's in the general fund, and I can call up Robert for more specific information for you guys, but that's money that's left over from the CRRC, which we have available. I just need your guys' permission to move it over to the art park. I have attached all 3 estimates in your staff report. I provided 3 estimates for the polygon shade structures because I wanted to provide you guys with options. They're all based on similar sizing. The projected amount at the bottom of the Excel spreadsheet is based on the middle ground estimate. It's not the cheapest, it's not the most expensive. It's for the 3-leaf structures with a solid roofing. If we wanted to go less artistic, I provided an estimate for rectangular, more park-like structures, which would be a little cheaper. I also provided more artistic because it's an art park, and that has the detailed imprint of the vine pattern roof that you saw in the visuals. So we do have options. And so now I'm providing you guys with a few options that I hope you would consider. I'm asking that we allocate roughly $238,000 to the art park to continue phases 2 and 3 of the art park. If you guys would like to consider the more artistic examples or more of the upgrades that can go into those shade structures, we have option B, which has an additional $30,000 included in that total. The city of Fernley is dedicated to this project, and we do not want to see this project stopped. We could wait until June and move the money into our budget and allocate it, but that would cause a delay. If we could get the budget now, we could order everything and have it all installed and up to date before June. It establishes a cohesive look for Main Street before the 25th anniversary. It ties it in well with what we've done at the depot, at Polaris Plaza, and with the CRRC building. And I think the further we go along with this, it will really showcase Fernley's charm and dedication to the arts, which I feel is very important for our community. And it will continue to allow community involvement in this project as well. And of course, continued improvement to Main Street. I know I already did this, but I want to thank everyone who's already helped with this project, especially the help we got from the grant, the staff from Twisted Steel, from Trex, from Fernley Aces, and all of our city staff that worked with a 6-month deadline in between Memorial Day, 4th of July, and community events and hazards of the weather that they had to participate on, as well on top of all their other duties, as well as maintaining our parks and facilities. I thank you for your time, and I am available for any questions.
Councilwoman Zabriskie.
My heart, when I saw that like dollar amount for the quotes, is terrifying because it's really hard for me because I'm an artist for me to be like, oh, that's a lot of money, and also be supportive of art. Do we know how much exactly we have left over in our CRRC fund? And for some reason, I was under the impression that we were kind of holding that money there so that we would be able to support future CRRC stuff. So especially as far as like the Polaris Plaza goes, or anywhere that we're going to be able to help or improve with that, I like having that money there so that we can utilize it for that. I don't want to, like burn a hole in our CRRC fund just because Boys and Girls Club are now in there. So
if it makes you feel better, my heart dropped too. And Robert told me, you're fine, you're fine. So I can answer that question, but I'm going to say, Robert, our finance director, will you please come up and answer this question?
Yeah, Robert Carson, City Treasurer for the record. So the CRRC funds, there's two different pieces to it. As part of the FY26 budget, we allocated $1 million for any late invoices that came in to finish completion of the building. To this date, we have about $300,000 in invoices that came in. So the rest of it is left over as of right now. And those are the major pieces that we're finishing up the landscaping on the CRRC. As far as CRRC operations and supporting those in the Boys and Girls Club, those will be allocated out through the TLT fund. And what Jessica's asking for, it does not affect those at all.
So roughly 700,000 left in CRRC.
Of the $1 million we allocated to finish building the building, yes.
Okay. I'm just wondering, because we didn't budget for this, why we can't use our 25th anniversary. I think we allocated like 100,000 towards the anniversary. Why we can't actually put that into this budget, and this would be our 25th anniversary reveal, is the art park, instead of having that 100,000 for, I'm not sure all the ideas that are in plan, but I would feel better if that 100,000 went towards the art park and we can utilize it for that as like our 25th anniversary unveiling than 230, almost $300,000. That's going to be, it's just going to be really hard for me to explain to my constituents that we spent this amount of money, but we still have so many things within the city that we have to work on, right?
I will say the bonus is we have the money. It's not that we have to go looking for it. We have it. But the 120 that is set aside for the festival, sorry, for the 25th anniversary, that's going towards a 3-day festival. And I'll talk briefly about that just because I am the organizer of that one as well. We are planning a full-day festival for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and the goal is to, again, include community members in that, but that takes those funds, renting tables and pop-up tents, bands, stages, food, and of course, all the necessary permits to put on a 3-day festival, as well as purchasing and commissioning a sculpture for the 25th anniversary, as well as coins and merchandise. None of that money has been spent yet because we are still in the pre-planning phases, because we are trying to make sure all community members are involved in the planning process. If anyone wants to join that, we have another meeting in November that's open to the public.
Aaron Morrison, City Attorney, just very briefly, I want to make sure that we stay on topic. So I understand that we can discuss that $100,000 and where it may be allocated, but let's focus only on whether or not it should be reallocated to instead be spent on this project.
Thank you. The point is we have the money and we have it sitting in a fund that we have enough for an emergency fund as well as to fund the continuation of the art park.
Okay. Well, since our block grant just ran out, I'm just curious, how often can we apply for that? And then are we also kind of applying for the Main Street beautification or Main Street project that we were talking about? Are we also applying for grants through there?
We are applying for a $50,000 T-Mobile grant, but that doesn't close until December. So we won't have a decision until January. And yes, Casey in the city manager's office is always applying for grants. It's just, if we only wait for 50,000, I won't be able to get the shade structures that the community wants. And that was their biggest ask, was shade structures.
Right. Are we still going to be able to use the art park for like the Christmas village or things like that? Are we still going to be able to utilize it like
Yes.
that? Because I'm trying to pick, I know that it's a really big space, but I guess maybe with all of the estimates, I'm like, this is a lot of stuff in one space.
We did plan for everyone to still use the art park. That's why we did the electrical sleeves for the art and the lighting and having those tie-ins so that we could still do Christmas in the park with Friendly Aces. We also did talk about combining events and moving it to the CRRC, since there's no walkway established there yet, but there will be a walkway soon. Or a crosswalk, sorry, not walkway.
Do you desperately want to do both of these phases together, or would we be able to split them up? Just be honest. If it's gonna look funky, if we do one phase and then wait till our next budget and do the second phase.
It makes it easier to do both phases consecutively, because then we can finish the pre-planning for phases 4 and 5 and divide it up accordingly, especially with ordering the shade structures, because they will take about 8 to 12 weeks, I believe is what they quoted me for shipping alone. It would be ideal to do it now with the winter and the winter season coming up. We would be able to start working on the ground as soon as those structures showed up in 3 months. So it would be ideal. I can also work on just phase 2.
Okay. I think I'm sorry, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but could you please explain to me so we just had that money left in the CRRC fund, the $1 million for extra invoices that came in, but for some reason I was thinking that we were planning on also utilizing that for the art park or helping with any extra design that we have. We're not able to put that towards, our future community gym or anything like that. I just want to make sure that we're not pulling for something that then later on we're going to be lacking funds where we could have used them there as well. And I'm supportive. I'm an artist. And so I love the beautification. I just want to make sure that I'm not, we have extra money. And
So Robert Carson, City Treasurer, for the record. So the money that was set aside for the CRRC has already been included in the budget. So the total budget that we presented and was approved for FY26 included that $1 million. Now, were we going to spend $1 million? I had no idea, but it seemed like enough to cover any late invoices. Anything after that, because it's already included in the budget, can be reallocated to different projects as you guys see fit. Or it can revert back into the unrestricted fund balance and just saved for the future. So if we end up in these last two invoices that came in, we'd have $700,000 that can be either reallocated for the art park or any different projects that you guys have, or it can just revert back into the fund balance and be used at a later date. So it was earmarked, but it does not have to be spent on strictly that. It can be reallocated as you see fit.
Thank you. Sorry to berate you. It's a lot.
Don't be sorry.
Hmm.
I'm good.
Councilman Hannan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good
And then
evening.
Councilman Mendoza.
Thank you for your presentation. Could you go back a couple slides to the dollar amount and the phase 2 and 3? I think, I'll go forward.
This one or-
I think forward. I couldn't.
Yeah.
This one. So which one are you asking for tonight? So it's a B, right? So this my agenda says phases 2 and 3.
These two budgets would be for phases 2 and 3 for the completion. I would just wanted to provide you guys options. Option A is just the option 1 of Polygon. That's the middle ground invoice. If we wanted to spend a little bit more, it'd be roughly $30,000. If you guys wanted all the color options, if you guys wanted the electrical cutouts or decorative roofs for like, say the 2 smaller shade structures and leaving the larger shade structure with a solid roof. It was to provide you guys with an option and a choice so that you guys are also participating in this community project.
I appreciate that. So tonight you're asking for $268,374. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's the gist of what I'm getting here. I'm just trying to do some math. I am in support of the project, and as I'm jotting this down, I understand it's a lot of money. I mean, we just spent $20 million on a building down the street, and I think that's insane. And we spend $120,000 on a pickup truck for our roads and sewer and water department. I think that's crazy. But it's sort of like these costs that we're not getting any deals. I haven't seen anything come across. Roads, we were paying about $1 million a mile. Now we're paying about $2 million a mile. So I understand that. Thanks for the clarification.
Of course.
Councilman Mendoza.
Yeah, I got a couple questions for you. Thank you for bringing this to us tonight. Can you explain the cutouts? I mean, are we paying $10,000 for them to cut pieces of metal out, or?
So for the cutouts, I wasn't able to get an estimate because I wasn't able to say, yes, I'm buying. But if you refer to the staff report, you can see the cutouts. They're typically about 2.5 inches to 5 inches, depending on the structures that we're buying. And it would just allow us to tie it into the electrical that we already have at the park. And that way, if we wanted to run lighting along these shade structures, we could. Or we can opt for a solar light up at the top of the shade structure. And those cutouts would not be necessary for the electrical output, just for the sunroof, basically. And they're small.
So essentially they're just holes in the shade structure.
It's just to make it easier so that it just makes it easier so city staff can run the electrical, or we can go through an electrician and get a permit, of course.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's kind of crazy for cutouts. And I just was asking for clarification because we got grinders and we could cut holes in metal.
And I could probably ask city staff to do that as well.
Yeah.
But because they had it as an option, I just wanted to include it as information.
Okay, thank you. Second thing is, I might not be popular for this question, but do people actually really want the tortoise to stay?
I haven't had anyone come to me and say, get rid of it.
Because the head's backwards, isn't it?
Yes, the head is technically attached to the rear end. And by lifting the head, that would make it a little less apparent.
And I didn't want to bring that part up, but
Oh, well,
like
I did.
you brought it up. So now like we're going to spend some money on propping the head of a tortoise on the rear. And,
My apologies. That would actually be a donation from Twisted Steel.
okay, well, we don't
So
want
we
them
won't be
wasting their
spending
metal.
money. We'll be spending some time to lift the head. Yes.
Okay, so I'm just curious because maybe we could get rid of the, for lack of better words, the backwards turtle and put something different possibly.
Well, so the tortoise was a donation, I believe, from Burning Man. Don't quote me on that because I wasn't here then, but I think that's what I was told. And We don't have a good option of moving the tortoise because it's actually concreted in.
Oh, they threw a lot of concrete. It would have to be jackhammered out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So a good option is to lift the head and make the best of it.
I personally would like to see it gone, but that's not my decision. I think maybe we could do a poll and get the tortoise out or what, but I just wanted to bring that up because I don't know if anybody realized that the head was backwards.
That had to be pointed out to me when I moved here, so it's not
Yeah.
always apparent. Yes, we can do a poll to see if anyone wants to remove the tortoise, and we can explain that it would have to be jackhammered and
I'm just wondering if there's different options that anybody really actually thought of for that.
I'm open to options, and anyone who would like to discuss artwork for the park, I'm always available.
Okay, because the tortoise head was in the right position at one point.
Yes, and then we switched it.
Because they couldn't see the head, but driving by, and then they put it where it now sits. So
And we just want to alter it just a little bit more.
okay, sounds good. This question's more or less for our finance department. Do we have all final billing in for the CRRC? Or are we hoping all the billing is in?
Robert Carson, City Treasurer for the record. We do not have a final invoice. We still have to pay them the retention that was withheld, which does not go against this $1 million that was set aside. There may be some smaller invoices. Like I said, the 300,000, one was $205,000 and one was $91,000, I believe. And that was all for the landscape work. So the building itself is done. They were just putting the finishing touches on the landscaping.
Okay. Yeah, and without seeing the contracts or the actual final billing, I'm not comfortable with moving any money that's allocated right now until our finance department could come and say definitively that the CRRC fund that we funded with that money is completely final billed. All final billing is complete and paid. So that's my two thoughts on allocating money from that account into this. Not that I'm against it or anything. I want to see all final billing. I don't want any surprises, and it doesn't sound like anybody knows exact numbers that could be final billing for us. I think I had one more. Are you dealing with anything with the roundabout? Do we have an update on what we're doing with the roundabout and where that money's coming from?
Aaron Morton, City Attorney, that's not agendized today, so we can't discuss it.
Well, then I don't feel comfortable making a decision based off of that then. So thank you. Maybe we get some more information on other projects we're trying to get moving and see if where our priorities are. It sounds like we probably should have a priorities meeting in regards to where we want to spend money on landscaping, art, and doing the roundabout stuff. So,
Mr. Mayor, may I add a comment to that?
Yes.
Thank you. Robert Carson, City Treasurer for the record. There, at the end of FY25, the numbers aren't final, but there'll be roughly $11 million in unallocated fund balance as well. That could also be reallocated into this project if you chose to do it. So it's not just the $700,000 that we're talking about right now. There is about $11 million that could be tapped into as well, if it's the priority of the council. And then to Mr. Mendoza's comment, we will have a budget planning meeting for next budget year and go through those priorities and get that budget set for that one.
Okay, so now we have Councilman Lau and then Councilman Torres.
Yeah, I really support this project. And I was here on the planning commission when we got the art park going. And just so you know, it went to the planning commission. It did not go to the council. The council was hid from it. And all of a sudden because our old community development director, all of a sudden, boom, we had it. And it all came from Burning Man. So yeah, it's been kind of a controversy. And I agree, the turtle maybe should be turned into a horse. But to better be with art. But understand, this is Burning Man. Have you seen their art? Okay. Now you understand how this gets going. But I support this and I'm ready to make a motion, but I see there's other comments.
Okay, we'll go with Councilman Torres and then Councilwoman Zaberski and then Councilman Hannon.
Thank you for your presentation. I like the idea of the higher budget request. What I'm hoping for is we can table this as soon as we have a clear bill on the CRRC and we know that that's done and paid for, especially with the early learning center coming from private donors. Bring that back as soon as that's done, and then we can, I think, move forward on it after that.
Okay.
But thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, sorry, Mr. Mayor, can I add one more comment?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, Robert Carson, City Treasurer for the record. So with these buildings, sometimes the final bill takes a year or two to get to. Just throwing that out there for informational purposes. Once the final approvals are done with invoicing and construction and making sure everything's done. So that invoicing could take anywhere from a month to a year possibly. So just wanted to throw that out there for a timeline.
Maybe a suggestion to be bring it back in 30 to 60 days, see where we're at with final billing. And if we're close and we, are more secure knowing what that final amount's going to be. I don't want to wait a year on this project because everything's going to just continue to become more expensive.
Absolutely.
So thank you, Mr. Carson.
So, Mr. Carson, real quick, you said that the building itself is paid for. The only thing that could be lacking would be something with the landscaping?
Robert Carson, City Treasurer, they could have additional work that is done going forward. I don't expect that it'll be large amounts, but again, I don't know. I can go back through and I'll review the final contract and what's left to do on there. I don't think there's large amounts coming through, and I do not think it'll hit the $1 million that we had allocated, but at Mr. Torres's request, I'll come back with that information.
Great. Councilwoman Zaborski?
I can't believe you would say that about our turtle. That is a staple of our community. I actually really appreciate the turtle. It's been here forever and its head is backwards. It's fine. I'm supportive of the high school coming in and doing some painting and beautifying it and kind of becoming a part of it. I think that's a great idea. And are these the same structures that are on Victorian and Sparks next to their outdoor?
I'm not familiar with that area, so I do not know.
Okay.
It's just a company that we at City of Fernley have used in our parks before, and they are reliable.
I feel almost as far as like the leaf shape, I think that they're a pretty similar company, but I just wanted to check and find out. I guess this would be for finance as well. A while back, we had talked about the possibility of there being shade structures at our CRC, and we did not want to pay I think it was like $11,000 or something like that for people to go out and send us different ideas. TSK, I think, was going to go out and send us different ideas. So, but we did want to still put shade structures there. We just didn't want TSK to go out and get estimates for different shade structures and where they were supposed to go. So I do still want to make sure that we do have money allocated so that we can in the future put shade structures there. I think our CRC still needs a little bit of a nest egg, and I know that it's got a bunch of money right now, but the stuff that we planned there still, even though it's built, I want to make sure that that stuff is still funded.
Yeah, Robert Carson, City Treasurer. Like I said, on top of the $1 million that was allocated, there still is right around $11 million in unallocated fund balance that can be tapped in for any other projects. So just because we have a certain amount earmarked for that does not mean we can't go over and we can't do other projects with those funds that we have sitting there.
So we'll go with Councilman Mendoza and then Councilman Lau. If there's no further comment, we'll like to make a motion.
I just want to make a comment that I know for a fact that there's a lot of different staff with different projects that are going after those unallocated funds that Robert Carson keeps talking about. So I think there's a lot more to discuss other than just the art park. And somehow we need to have an open discussion of what we're going to prioritize, even if it's before our priority meeting for next budget year. So if we're going to shift anything, I suggest we do a workshop to reprioritize what we're doing here financially with these unallocated $11 million. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Lau.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I'd like to make a motion. I move to approve the proposed budget to complete phase 2 and 3 of the Main Street Art Project.
I second that.
We have a motion by Councilman Lau, seconded by Councilman Hannon. If there's no further discussion, please vote.
I have further discussion.
Okay, so there's more discussion. Go ahead.
I'm curious why the other comments couldn't be heard, because I don't want to just, I just don't, I don't know why we couldn't go, okay, let's have a workshop to discuss how this is going to work. And then from there, we'll be able to vote on phases 2 and 3. I just don't understand why it's just like, nope, I'm not hearing what, the workshop, or let's wait for 30 days so that we can make sure all the billing comes in from CRRC. I don't see why there's any reason that we can't do that so that we can still support the art park.
So to answer your question, it's not my motion. I don't make motions. And so there is more discussion. There can be more discussion and that's up to council. It's up to council to make a motion one way or another. And it's not my job to say that we can't make a motion, because it is discussion and possible action. So
Yeah, sorry. I
Yeah.
was directing that here and not necessarily at you. So I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's just the way sometimes we do things. I motioned it for it. We second it. Then we can have a vote. If a vote fails, then you guys make your motion. That's how we've been doing it for the last 11 years I've been here.
Mr. Mayor,
yes,
had
go
my,
ahead, Councilman Hannon.
had my mic on for a bit here. We when we started this a few years ago, we had $15 million in savings. And when we sort of broadcast this out and we were talking about it, a lot of people came to me and said, why are we holding on to $15 million? What is it allocated for? And I think the short answer is there wasn't anything specific that it was allocated for. It was just hanging on to it because we'd gone through some rough times in the past. And I think people were afraid to spend money. But there comes a point where it's taxation without representation. We're taxing folks. We keep the money in an account. They're asking us to do projects. And these sort of projects are seed projects that flourish into bigger and better things for our downtown and the citizens of Fernley. I understand the nuance of the $1 million for the CRRC. I think that's, in this discussion, irrelevant, because we expect there to be some funds left over, but we have another $11+ million ish sitting in this account that's been sitting there for years, and we haven't done anything with it. I also don't agree with every time we have to make a decision, we have to do a workshop. There's a lot of folks in town who can come to these meetings and speak. We have a meeting every other week. If they'd like to come and offer another idea or solution, they have every opportunity to do that. We have a well thought out presentation by staff. We've been talking about the art park. We have a 25th anniversary deadline that we're coming upon. And so the urgency is here. These projects either need to be done or they don't need to be done. We have a motion and a second. I'm in favor of this project. I think we're trying to lock in this 1 million for the CRRC as a breaking point. Well, we don't know what it's going to come by. Even if it's $1 million, we still have 11 left over that we don't have earmarked for anything else. We've had a balanced budget for 2 years, the first time in 11 years. This will be the 12th year, two balanced budgets in a row. So we're doing quite well, and we're coming in under budget every year. So as Fernley flourishes, as things grow, as all the things that we wanted to do are finally happening, we have an opportunity to do this. Whether we table it for 30 days or 60 days, that's up to the council. Either way, I'm in favor of this project. I think it's important to the citizens. I think it's important that we continue to grow and flourish and not hoard money in accounts for mystery projects that we haven't disclosed for decades. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Councilwoman Zaberski, did you have a comment?
No,
Oh,
my light was just still
Oh,
on.
okay.
Sorry.
If there's no further comment, please vote. And
Thank you.
motion fails. 3-2.
Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me. At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Oh, that's all right. You're good. All right, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. And we are actually really still on 6.1 and Councilman Hannon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to make a motion on item 6.1 to bring this item back in 60 days for consideration of the full amount, $268,374.
Second that motion.
So we have a motion by Councilman Hannon, seconded by Councilman Lau. Is there any further discussion on this? Seeing none, please vote. That motion carries 5-0, so we will bring this line item back in 60 days. We will now move on to line item 6.2, discussion possible action to authorize the city to enter to an agreement with legal services agreement. Mr. Song.
Good evening, council members and mayor. This is Sung Kim, Utility Director, City of Fernley. Boy, per and polyfluoroalkyl substance, in short, PFAS, is a chemical compound used for a firefighting foam first, and then later they used for many consumer products for a long time. This chemical compound is extremely persistent and resilient in the environment, and it never disappears. So we call it forever chemical. Academia and the federal government noticed its potential harmful effects to human health, and they studied and tested for decades and finally set the MCL level, maximum contamination level, in our drinking water system as a 4.0 parts per trillion, not million, not billion, but trillion. The city of Fernley tested the PFAS level last year, and we found that we are above the MCL level for 2 locations, which makes us eligible to claim the PFAS settlement, loss settlement for for the settlement. The class actions loss settlement, which is about $13 billion, was made with 3M and DuPont companies, which we can claim the settlement to mitigate the PFAS impact on our system. Staff recommend that council to approve to enter into an agreement with the SL Environmental Law Group to represent the city of Fernley in filing PFAS settlement claimed with 3M and DuPont. Mr. Ken Sanson from the SL Environmental Law Group is here to present the PFAS class action settlement case to council. Mr. Sanson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. I'm Ken Sansone of SL Environmental Law Group. We are a firm based in California. All we do at my firm is represent public agencies and some other kinds of utilities in cases of environmental contamination, typically contamination of drinking water. And what we try to do in these cases is identify the parties responsible for the contamination, which is typically, as Mr. Kim just explained, in the case of PFAS, something that is subject to a regulatory mandate to clean up and assist our clients in shifting the costs of that remediation off of the communities and the ratepayers and onto the responsible parties who are typically, and in the case of PFAS, are manufacturers of products that were made far, far away from the communities, but brought into the communities and used and disposed of by people who were unaware of the environmental consequences of doing so. And that's certainly the case with PFAS. You heard a little bit about that already. PFAS actually is a term that refers to thousands of different chemicals that were widely used in firefighting foam at airports and military installations, but also in many, many consumer products because they are heat resistant and stain resistant. So they're in things like cookware and disposable plates and feminine hygiene products and dental floss, and the list goes on, carpets, upholstery. But the same properties that make these chemicals so useful for all of those purposes also make them dangerous. And they're very persistent, as you just heard, once they get into the environment. So what I wanted to discuss tonight is how my firm can assist the city in pursuing claims under a couple of settlements that my firm helped get into place with the two manufacturers who are most responsible for PFAS in the environment, and that's 3M and DuPont, and answer any questions that any of you have about the scope of that representation. And I have a brief presentation that I'll just go through quickly here. I know you've seen it. This is just some personal background on me. I won't spend time on this, but before I joined SL Environmental, I was in the public sector for my entire career. I was Assistant Attorney General in the state of New Hampshire. So I just want to talk about these settlements briefly. These came about as the result of hundreds and ultimately thousands of cases that were filed against 3M, DuPont, and other manufacturers by impacted water systems across the country. And ultimately, these were all consolidated into a single proceeding known as a multi-district litigation, or MDL. We worked on these cases as part of the MDL for several years. We had one ready to go to trial as a test case. And as often happens on the eve of trial, we were able to finalize these settlements with 3M and DuPont for water systems impacted by PFAS. These settlements are significant. The 3M settlement provides between about 10 and 12.5 billion. These are just for impacted water systems. There are other kinds of impacts that communities are dealing with from PFAS, things like contaminated soil, wastewater, stormwater management, the list goes on. This is just for public water systems. And then you see DuPont, which had a much smaller role in making and selling PFAS, put up another 1.185 billion. These were class action settlements. So every public water system virtually in the country was a member of the class of these settlements. And unless they opted out, is in a position to participate. And that's a good idea, because by not participating in these settlements, you would really lose your right to bring any legal claims against 3M and DuPont in the future. But it takes some effort to bring these claims. It's not like a class action that you're used to in your status as a consumer, where you just have to send a brief form back. It requires accumulation of a lot of data about the PFAS impacts to every individual water source within your water system. And this is something that we've already had a preliminary discussion about with city utility staff. There's a fairly complicated procedure as to how the settlements allocate the funds on a well by well or source by source basis. And this is a summary of it here. Effectively, the size of the recovery depends on the concentrations of PFAS in every source and how big the source is. And the idea there is to provide a rough approximation. of what it would cost to treat the PFAS in the source, but it is important to note that even sources that don't have PFAS above the maximum contaminant level that's been set by EPA for these chemicals still recover some money from the settlements. So we assist our clients, and we've helped a few hundred water systems across the country of all different shapes and sizes in doing this already, in trying to maximize their recovery from these settlements. The deadlines are coming up fairly soon. The most relevant ones are the ones at the bottom here. Those are the deadlines for getting the claims in under the settlements, and you can see that they're before the end of next summer. Some other benefits to these settlements. We mentioned sources where there have been PFAS detections at low levels. Were those levels to increase to a concentration where treatment was necessary, additional money would be available under the settlements to deal with that situation, as long as all of the claims are properly filed. And then to the extent that the city will be spending any money on actual remediation of PFAS, there can be a separate claim for that, which is additive to the award that I just talked about that's generated by the formula. Nobody likes lawsuits, but you're on the giving end of these claims rather than the receiving end. And one of the things that people dislike about lawsuits is that they're expensive. My firm handles these cases on a contingency basis, so we just get a percentage of whatever we're able to recover for the city. There's no money up front at all that will be due to us. We don't get paid by the hour. There's always a concern about a public perception. The information's out there that there is PFAS in certain water supplies here in the city. And by participating in these settlements, really what the city is doing is making sure that it's taking advantage of opportunities available to it to protect and remediate these resources with money made available, again, by the manufacturers who are responsible for causing this problem in the first place. I mentioned the claims process is complicated. We have a very streamlined process that we've put together through the experience of representing many different water systems and doing this already, that really reduces the burden on utility staff, because that's always a concern. And as I mentioned, this isn't a matter of trying to find out who might have released these chemicals into the environment locally. Anybody who might have done so was almost certainly unaware of the risk of doing that. 3M and DuPont kept the risks of these chemicals, even the existence of these chemicals, carefully hidden from their customers, the public, from regulators for many decades. So that's why they're the ones who put up the money for these lawsuits. Just a little bit here about my firm. I've mentioned some of this already. Even before we started handling PFAS cases, we'd gotten about $1 billion in recoveries for our clients in cases involving other kinds of contamination. We anticipate getting about another $1 billion for our clients from these PFAS claims. And as I mentioned, this is all we do at my firm, are these kinds of cases and these kinds of claims. You'll see there are names of some other firms that are on the agenda. That is a team of firms that is working with my firm in representing our clients here. Those other firms have really been responsible for handling the lawsuits and the multi-district litigation against the manufacturers. They know a lot about the history of PFAS. What my firm knows, as I've mentioned, is representing utilities, and my firm would be the one interfacing with utility staff in handling these matters. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody has for me.
Okay, we have Councilman Lau, Councilman Torres, and then Councilman Mendoza so far.
Thank you for your presentation. Yeah, this has been a big issue in this area for a long time, especially between Reno and Fernley. We have a big trash from Waste Management that's been up there for years, that's been leaching into our water. The water gets leached, it comes this way. And I really appreciate that you're here to talk about this. And maybe you can help me with all the chemicals that are in my body because of all this.
They are almost certainly there, Councilman. Yes, I'm sorry to say.
Thank you.
Councilman Torres.
I see there's other questions. I was going to make a motion. I'll wait.
Councilman Mendoza?
Thank you for being here. Are we currently in a position where remediation is necessary?
Yes, we tested several times, but we found above the MCL level at 2 locations, which means we have to do something on it.
Okay.
Treat, mitigate. It's a law today.
Perfect, thank you. And your firm assisting us as a city utilities department, will what we win through these claims be available to our constituents who have personal wells that can be affected within their own homes?
No, so these claims would be brought on behalf of the city for PFAS impacts to the public water supply here. Certainly, if there are citizens here who have their own private wells, my firm does not handle these cases, but I'd be happy to assist in getting them in touch with some of our co-counsel firms that do handle those kinds of cases.
Okay.
They would be entitled to make their own claims against these manufacturers for those impacts.
Yeah, because we have a lot of people who are on their own wells and we're all pulling from the same water source.
Right.
And if we're going to fix our water, what are we going to do as a city to make sure they're informed correctly and they're going after any remediation that they need to take place? Or, I mean, we got people dying of cancer and it's probably because of their well.
Yes, there are
So,
many claims like that have been brought, of course.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good. I'm grateful for you being here and us looking into that. But if we can do some due diligence and get us some information that we could get out to our community members that may be affected so that they could follow those routes accordingly. So thank you.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that.
Councilman Hannan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation tonight. What is the contingency amount? What
It's
percentage?
25%.
25%. And just so we're clear, because I think everyone's going to freak out when they hear us talking about PFAS in the water. I just want to be clear, and I'm going to say something and you tell me if I'm right or wrong here, because I want to be clear. So the federal safe drinking water standards they currently don't have a guideline for PFAS that's regulated. They have my understanding is that they have a sort of a concept idea of where they want to be, but they're not actually regulating for PFAS level at this time. It's coming 2030, 2032, something like that?
Yes, so that's right, Councilman. So the EPA has promulgated through the regulatory process these maximum contaminant levels, 4 parts per trillion for the 2 most common kinds of PFAS, PFOA and PFOS. The deadline by which water systems need to comply with those actually got extended recently. And as you just said, it's not until 2032. So right now, as I stand here, there isn't any compliance issue.
Right.
But there will be in the future unless there's some action taken.
Right, I understand. And there's a lot of talk about, what it's going to take to get all those systems up to be able to process that material. I just want to be clear that currently we're meeting those federal safe drinking water standards. We're not exceeding any levels. And these are guidelines that are anticipated to be levied upon us in the 2030s at some point. I just wanted to make sure that was clarified. So 25%. And what this is sort of a silly question. You're going to roll your eyes. Well, what does the city of Fernley, what is something that we can anticipate as a reward based on other cities of similar size and such that your firm is
Sure. So I'll have to, I won't roll my eyes, but I'll have to do the lawyerly disclaimer thing.
Right.
But we've done hundreds of these claims and these settlements actually worked in 2 phases, phase 1 and phase 2, depending on when a system's first PFAS detection was. So Fernley's in phase 2, right? So we've taken our phase 1 clients through this process, hundreds of them, as I mentioned, they've gotten their awards. And this all depends, as I said, on, how big these wells are, the concentrations of PFAS, and that's information that we're going to need to gather working with utility staff. But certainly for a community this size with these kinds of impacts, I would expect a 7-figure recovery.
Okay.
From these
And
settlements.
my other big concern is that we've done testing of PFAS on our wells, and then we're in the process of integrating surface water from the Truckee River. And so my understanding and Mr. Kim has been gracious enough to share those numbers with me. I believe we're at 7 parts per trillion from the Truckee River, somewhere in that neighborhood. It's PPT, right? Parts per
The
trillion.
exact level is 5.5.
5.5.
The other one is 4.7.
Okay.
In a way, it's not too bad really. It's 4.0 is the MCL, but we are slightly over that level.
So 5.7, I was thinking
Yeah.
7. So we know that the Truckee River has water that comes out of the wastewater plants in the Truckee Meadows. And so I asked Mr. Kim if we're measuring the PFAS level in our wastewater production. Are they required, maybe this is for either one of you, are they required to test that, the water that they're releasing in the Truckee River for PFAS currently?
Not yet. For the wastewater, the effluent or sludges, they are more concerned. They are starting on the sludges because it's very easy for all the people get into the sludges at the end.
Right.
So they are working on the regulation on the sludges, how to handle this, but they did not make any decisions yet. But I know it's coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, so my concern was because the level in the river was so high that maybe some of that discharge was sort of carrying that material from the homes through the wells and then back out into the river. And sort of we're in an endless cycle here where then we take it and then we process it and then, so thank you for answering that question. I appreciate it. And I'm absolutely in favor of this.
Councilman Torres.
I move to approve the city staff to enter in an agreement with SL Environmental Law Group to represent the city of Fernley in filing PFAS settlement claims with 3M and DuPont.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Torres, seconded by Councilman Hennon. If there's no further discussion, please vote.
Comment. I just have a comment.
Motion carries 5-0. Go ahead.
Congratulations on your Jeopardy win. Huge
Oh,
fan.
yeah, thank you.
Yeah. just-
I'm still working, so it wasn't that.
I know, but still,
Great.
that's an achievement.
I was a Jeopardy champion
Yeah,
for
so-
one day, so you can't take that away from me.
It's
yes.
impressive.
Well, how much did you win?
It's out there, so about $18,000. So not bad, but I have kids to put through school. You know how it is. Thank you all for your time tonight, for having me here. I've really enjoyed coming to your community and really look forward to working with Mr. Kim and utility staff and in doing what we can here for the city.
Thank you.
Good night.
We'll now move on to line item 7.1, discussion possible action to approve resolution 25-015 to update engineering department fee scheduling reflecting the amount shown in the revised contract with Shaw Engineering for permit review.
Good evening, Mayor McIntyre, members of the council. Maria Paz Fernandez, city engineer, here for resolution 25-015.
Ms. Fernandez, can I interrupt you real quick?
Absolutely.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Yes.
So I got a quick question. As of October 1st with Assembly Bill number 444, this has to have a BIS.
We take a quick recess?
He wants to recess.
Aaron Morrison, City Attorney, can we take a brief recess and I'll take a look at that?
Yes, we'll take a brief recess. get you back up on the dais, please. Huh? What the-
it's crooked. Thanks. Hey, that's your lobbying work, money at work.
All right, we'll call this meeting back to order. Councilman Torres?
So, according to, is it AB 444, Mr. Mortensen?
That's correct, Aaron Morrison, City Attorney. AB 444 has removed the exemption for small businesses under 150 employees that would allow them not to do business impact statements. So because this will affect businesses with under 150 employees, we will have to do a business impact statement for this. And so we'll need to, if council could table this item and bring it back once we complete the business impact statement.
Okay, and I'll make that motion to table this item and bring it back after the business impact study. This new law, this new statute is so new that it only went to effect October 1st. So we'll bring it back then. That's my motion.
Okay, Councilman Mendoza?
Oh, I am on. I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Torres, seconded by Councilman Mendoza. Please vote. The motion carries 5-0. Now move on to item 7.2, discussion possible action regarding resolution 25-016 associated with MPA 25003, a comprehensive master plan amendment request from the city of Fernley to adjust comprehensive master plan land use designation for an approximately 2.29 acres located at 60 Sage Street from low-density residential LDR to commercial C, a consistency with the existing zoning designation of C2 general commercial for the consistency of the master plan amendment for this site, APN 020-272-01.
Good evening, City Council. Mayor McIntyre, Elisa Johansson, Senior Planner for the record. I'm here tonight to request your certification of the Planning Commission's approval of this action, Resolution 25-016. I'll give you some background on the proposal. The site is located at 60 Sage Street, south of the canal. It is 2.29 acres in size. The current zoning designation is C2, General Commercial. The zoning pattern in the immediate vicinity is somewhat mixed. We have RR1, Rural Residential, 1 acre minimum. To the north across the canal, we have SF12, single family, 12,000 square foot minimum to the south across Sage Street. We have some industrial to the east across Highway 95, and we have additional rural residential 1 acre minimum to the west behind the site. Here are some vicinity maps that will illustrate what I've just described.
Sorry, really fast. I know that you go pretty fast.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
The current zoning is low density residential right
No,
now, or it
no.
is commercial right now?
The current zoning designation is C2 General Commercial, and that is not proposed to be changed through this action. What we are discussing is the underlying comprehensive master plan land use.
Okay.
Which
thank you.
I'll get to that in a moment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so as I mentioned, we're here to discuss a master plan amendment for the underlying master plan land use designation for this site. There are 3 findings that must be made in order for the master plan amendment to be approved. The first finding is that the proposed amendment would implement and support goals listed in the City of Fernley Master Plan as listed in my staff report. I've listed a number of them along with my analysis, but a few of them are snipped here on your screen, including ensuring that existing and future land uses are compatible, creating a growth pattern that assures flexible, feasible, and efficient projects. This
remapping essentially supports a more feasible development type on this corner site. This site would be challenging and potentially unattractive to a residential development, whereas a commercial development would fit in very well. And I'll get to that on my next screen. So when we look at compatibility with surrounding land uses, we believe that this change to the underlying master plan land use, which prior to the adoption of the Southwest Area Plan was C, commercial. We unintentionally remapped a low-density residential land use over that prior approval of the C, commercial land use. And what we would like to do is essentially correct that mapping error, that inconsistency. The property owner did request and obtain approval for a master plan amendment just like this one back in 2008. And so when we adopted the Southwest Area Plan, we unintentionally undid that action. And so we are proposing this action to essentially clean up and to reestablish that commercial underlying land use on the site. We feel that that continues the non-residential edge along Highway 95 that was envisioned in the Southwest Area Plan. You can see on the left side of the screen that we do have commercial and mixed use marching south along 95. And so by remapping this site, we create further consistency and compatibility. We also feel that non-residential land uses joining transportation corridors provide a suitable buffer and transition to the residential uses that are located, quote unquote, behind the site. So in this case, to the west. We also feel that corner sites are key gateways to residential neighborhoods, again, where those low scale neighborhood commercial uses can be proposed and where they will be readily utilized by the residents of the neighborhoods that are, again, behind them. We also feel that Sage Street and the Truckee Canal provide further informal transition, and so an overt transition in our land use maps is no longer necessary. The final finding is related to public notice and the requirement to hold a public hearing. We did hold a public hearing for this. Excuse me, looks like there's a typo in my presentation. We were at Planning Commission with this action in September. And so we provided suitable public hearing advertisement for that. And what I'm requesting tonight is your certification of that approval. We did receive a unanimous approval from the Planning Commission. A simple majority of your votes tonight will certify and formalize that approval. So again, we do recommend your approval tonight. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Councilwoman Zaberski.
I'm ready to make a motion, but is this parcel being used as like an easement for TCID and the canal, or are they done with that completely?
To my knowledge, the parcel is not currently being used in any active sense. It is presently vacant. If there are easements on the parcel, those would need to be considered as part of future development plans, but they would not be affected by this action.
Okay, because I'm almost certain that TCID still has it gated.
When I conducted a site visit earlier this fall, I don't recollect a gate, but a gate
Am I
could certainly be
picturing
present.
closer to 95 maybe? Maybe. We're just correcting something our South Area Plan did that we had already changed.
That's correct. So the site's original master plan land use was LDR, low density residential. The property owner requested and obtained approval for this exact same action back in 2008. We inadvertently undid that through the Southwest Area Plan. And so now we're essentially reverting back to the original intention of an underlying commercial land use.
Is there any other questions?
If we have no other comments, go ahead, Councilwoman.
Based on the analysis presented in the staff report, I move to certify resolution number 25-016 associated with MPA 25003, adjusting the comprehensive master plan land use designation for parcel 020-27201 containing approximately 2.29 acres and located at 60 Sage Street from low density residential to commercial.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilwoman Zaberski and seconded by Councilman Hannon. If there's no further discussion, please vote. Motion carries 5-0. We'll now move on to line item 8, public hearing. 8.1 for possible action, discussion possible action regarding the First Amendment to the Red Hawk Ranch Development Agreement, Bill number 368, DA 20002-AMD1, submitted by Wood Rogers Incorporated on behalf of Red Hawk Ranch LLC Series B and DBBB Investments 1 LCC to request the following changes. 1, incorporate all property owners and parcels into the agreement. 2, extend the expiration date of all applicable tentative subdivision maps. 3, establish a framework for the future special assessment district. 4, allow on-site density transfers. And 5, relocate the community park. The Red Hawk Ranch Development Agreement, as amended, encompasses 4 parcels totaling approximately 161.09 acres in area APNs 021-041, -07, 08, 09, and 10.
Hello again, City Council. Mayor McIntyre, Elisa Johansson, Senior Planner for the record. This is another presentation regarding an action that went to Planning Commission in September. This is the first amendment to the Red Hawk Ranch Development Agreement. I'll go over the site for you and then the scope of the updated agreement and then the findings. The site is 161.09 acres. It is located south of Main Street, east of Stock Lane, west of Miller Lane, and north of existing Miller Springs subdivision. You can see the full site highlighted on the map on the right-hand side of your screen. The site is currently zoned SF6 and MDR 14, so that's a single-family zone and a medium-density residential zone. We've got a very complicated zoning pattern in the vicinity, so I'm going to switch over to the vicinity map so that you can visually understand the mix of zones in the vicinity. I'll also note that our own zoning maps are not accurate for the subject site. I believe there may have been a miscommunication related to the approval process for the zoning map amendment for this property, and so we are still working to get that corrected. But I do want to draw your attention to the RR1 zoning designation that is to the immediate west of the site. So, a rural residential development exists there along Stock Lane. We've got moving to the east, we've got some more intense land use types. There's a lot of mixed use and commercial along Main Street as it heads into town. And then we've got some denser residential development types to the east of the project site. The scope of the amendment is relatively simple. There are 5 main components. We wish to incorporate all property owners and parcels into the agreement, whereas the agreement previously only covered the Red Hawk Ranch portion. We now are also incorporating the duets at Red Hawk Ranch component of the project. We also wish to extend the expiration dates of all applicable tentative subdivision maps. There are 2, TSM 21004 and TSM 22007, previously set to expire at 2 different time points in 2026, are now proposed to expire in 2031. I do want to point out that the development agreement does not change these maps or their associated conditions of approval, so all of those stipulations would still be in place. The third element is to establish a framework for a special assessment district. You yourselves approved resolution 25-005, establishing SAD guidelines back in June. The applicants would like to utilize those guidelines to establish a framework for such a district in benefit of this project. That would include the on-site backbone infrastructure, so both utilities and roadways. It would include off-site roadway and utility improvements and connections, mass grading for the site, and community park improvements. To recapture dwelling units lost to extensive drainage infrastructure, we are also intending to authorize an on-site density transfer. This would be related to the extensive, as I mentioned, drainage that is required to accommodate surface water on the site. This does not affect the existing maps. So again, those maps would not change, but we would be authorizing the applicant to, in the future, for the portion in the center of the site that is not presently mapped, exercise this benefit that we're authorizing through the DA. The final component is to relocate the community park. So the developer is here tonight. They have a presentation. They will provide more detail about this, but we are proposing to allow them to relocate the community park to the retention basin in the northwest corner of the development. The development agreement has two findings. The first is that it must be consistent with the city's master plan. Again, there are multiple goals and policies that are supported by this action. In facilitating this development project moving forward, through this development agreement, we support these goals and policies, including, providing a spectrum of high quality housing to meet the city's need. Both single family residences and attached residences are proposed in this project. We believe that this also supports the goal of sustaining the residential character of the Stock Lane area by providing a suitable transition between the more rural residential character of Stock Lane to the more dense single-family character closer to downtown. The second finding is that the development agreement must be consistent with Nevada or federal law. This proposed agreement has been vetted very thoroughly by our own city attorney, Aaron Moritzen, by our outside counsel, Chris Molina, and by the legal team for the applicant. We did not find any apparent legal conflicts or non-compliance issues, and so this finding has been met. Although this is not a finding for approval, a public hearing was held in September, and we provided suitable legal advertisement in a local newspaper in late August. We did get a unanimous recommendation of approval at the public hearing in September. And with that, I would request your approval as well. If you would like to make a modification or a denial, I do ask that you state very explicitly the modification requested, and in both cases, provide a rationale so that we can understand how to move forward.
Councilman Torres.
I don't see anybody else's come up and like to make a motion if there's no questions.
Aaron
I
Morton,
have
city attorney.
questions.
We also
Oh,
public
public
make sure we
hearing.
do a public.
Sorry.
Yeah. So I'll keep that in mind. Right now, we will have discussion with Councilwoman Zabrowski.
Okay, well, hopefully Derek can answer some of these questions as well. When this was submitted, we had multiple community meetings, and it was pretty excessive, the amount of work that we went through to develop the tentative plans that we had set in place. And so I am semi-worried that we went through all of those discussions for no reason for it to come back, and now we're moving the park, and things are changing from the tentative map that the surrounding community had originally planned out. So that's a concern for me.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So the original development agreement pertained primarily to adjacency standards, and those agreements that were previously stipulated are not proposed to be changed. These additional 5 components are in addition to what was agreed upon in the past. Planning department, we do support the relocation of the community park. It is being relocated from a less visible and less accessible portion of the site to the northwest corner where it is visible and accessible directly from Main Street. It's also significantly larger. So we feel there's a significant community benefit there in that particular component of the change.
Which I am supportive of. I just want to make sure that that whole park is not like a giant hole of a retention pond. If that's kind of what we're doing, is we're combining the retention pond so that we have it in there, and then also park, right?
The developer can provide more details as to how that design works out, and how the drainage and potential flooding of that portion of the site would work in terms of the park being overlaying on top of the detention area.
Before he comes up, probably a question for you. Extending the plans for 10 years feels pretty excessive. Is that normal on a project like this?
So state law allows for extensions of time for tentative subdivision maps, usually 2 years by planning commission approval. So these are set to expire in 2026. And so they could also, had they not chosen to move forward with the development agreement, they could, excuse me, the development agreement established back in 2020 a deadline in 2026. So we've already given them a little bit of extra time. When it comes to my knowledge of City of Fernley practices and how we've addressed extensions of time for tentative subdivision maps through development agreements, the amount of time that's requested for this particular project is pretty well in line with other authorizations that we've granted for similar extension actions. It is fairly common, particularly when the project is larger.
Okay. The as far as the phasing and everything of the project, is that remaining the same with the SAD or the with the special assessment district? I just don't know if that means that some of the phasing as far as the roadways and when things are going to be put into place changes because of it being a special assessment district.
The developer can discuss this in more detail, but the special assessment district is essentially only a funding mechanism. So it really should not alter any of the prior phasing agreements or plans. And it should not, it will not affect any of the conditions of approval that require certain timelines or benchmarks to be met before the next step can be initiated.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, if I can, Michelle Rambo, Planning Director, if I could jump in and two different things. First of all, the applicant requested 10 years. We're suggesting 5. So we're not giving them the full time that they asked for if we go with the current proposal.
So, but
And
if this staff report gets approved, then it says 10 years.
it's 5 years.
So, okay.
2026 to 2031. 5
Okay.
years.
The other question that I have on that, the duets, as far as the lot sizes go on our original development agreement, the SF6 is not to exceed 3.6 dwelling units per acre. Is that still the same on the duets? Or is that completely separate from the development agreement?
That brings me to Michelle Rambo, Planning Director for the record. My second point I was going to make was that I would suggest that we let the applicant do their presentation before we get into too many questions, because they have a very detailed presentation that might answer some of these questions for you.
Okay.
Any other questions for me?
I don't see any.
All right.
We'll have the developer come up and do.
There it goes. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Derek Kirkland with Wood Rogers, representing the applicants. I'll go ahead and scroll through this. I think we know where it's at. Those are past approvals, which I think Elisa talked about. And so some of the buffering that you had talked about is still in there. That's in the development agreement. That was a big part of it, and I do agree. So the buffer, there's the buffer zone along Stock Lane, the 15,000 square foot lots along the perimeter, basically along Stock Lane, and then that south, the south area. And then we did limit the density in where the tentative map for Red Hawk Ranch was, and it did not include the duets at the time. So those would not be impacted with the tentative map. Part of our reasoning for this request right now is some of the things that we've been working on is obviously there's the whole Clomar thing has been a big deal, trying to figure out how to get that area to work. And it ended up expanding the size of that. Also, when we started looking at cost estimates for backbone roadways, backbone utilities, the larger drainage basin, all that stuff added up, just, basically the conditions with the main streets, was about 14 million bucks before they could even start the project. And so that's where we started looking at SAD, and other ways to get creative to form that. And so with the tentative maps expiring, we still need more time. And as Michelle mentioned, we originally asked for 10 years, but we are in agreement with cutting that in half and just asking for the 5-year extension. Essentially, where the duets are at, so that's an approved tentative map, so that'll remain. So the part of the development agreement that's in place, and we're not asking to change anything that's in the development agreement or the conditions of approval. So all we're asking with this is to create the framework for a special assessment district, which would actually include backbone roadways, utilities, mass grading, drainage channel in the basin, and basically the park. And so if anything, a lot of that's what the SAD would allow us to do is go mass grade the whole thing with both property owners in agreement and start to build a lot of that backbone infrastructure. And then that SAD framework would be just for this specific development, no one else. But one of the things that we found is as we were talking to potential home builders, they wanted to see that more formalized in agreement with both property owners in the city that could move forward. So that's why you see that this isn't actually creating the SAD yet. We'll be back in front of the council with that portion of it. We also looked at the drainage channel, and the drainage channel, when we actually started doing the CLOMAR and the flood modeling and all that fun stuff, it actually ended up doubling in size. And so rather than, a 3-acre retention basin, we're up to, I think, 11 or 12 acres now. And as you can see in the picture above, that really has an impact on that MDR 14 zoning. And so the issue with that is we end up losing, I think, a total of about 190 units. So we're not asking to increase the overall unit count for Red Hawk. We're basically just asking for the area that we lost those units. We would just like a chance to get those back, mainly because the cost of the development and losing units would just impact that our ability to do the development in the future. And then in terms of the drainage basin, so I'll get to that here. So a benefit that it allows us to have is basically we can fit about 3 full-size flat fields in there. And it doubles the park size from 5 acres to 10 acres. It is proposed in the drainage basin area, and which is a totally common thing. You see it a lot down in Vegas where it floods way more often than here. You're starting to see that more here as well. But basically what it is we would build a drainage channel that would handle most of the water. So as people are watering their lawns or rain events, most of this park is going to stay dry. This would only be in case of like a 100-year storm comes through, and their only flat fields would be in the retention basin. So basically there's just grass, it gets wet, and then the flood goes, and then it's easy to maintain. All the structures, like the play structures and parking, all that would be located outside of that flood zone. And we're not proposing to change any of the phasing. So all the stuff with both tentative maps and the original development agreement would remain in place. We're literally just trying to get this project closer to reality based on a lot of the feedback we've gotten from home builders and just our own putting together numbers for a lot of the stuff that was conditioned as part of those tentative maps. And so that's why the SAD and the extension to get all the stuff done is really important to actually delivering this project.
Mr. Kirkland,
yep.
Councilwoman Zaborski has a question.
Okay.
With that, the park is like, I'm supportive of a bigger park all day. But would that be adopted by the city, and have you been in communication as far as, I mean, is that going to be maintained by like an HOA, or is that going to be adopted by the city? And have we talked to the city about what that looks like?
We have not made a decision on that yet. At the end of the day, the SAD formation would pay for the park improvements. And then the park, regardless of who maintains it, would be dedicated to the city just so it can be open and maintained as a public use park. And then the city would have the ability to control the revenue coming in for those fields. And I think we talked briefly about maybe some sort of hybrid approach. And I think it was similar to like when we did the Clements Ranch project, where maybe there is a landscape maintenance association that could be set up separate from this that collects some revenues to help with the overall maintenance. But that would basically come in a discussion, much further down when we get into kind of design of the park.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, go on.
That concludes my presentation. I think Greg Evangelatos wanted to add a couple things to that.
Mr. Mayor and members of the Fernley City Council, for the record, Greg Evangelatos. I'm a certified planner, but I'm also the project manager on Red Hawk. We appreciate the complexity that this project brings. Your staff has recommended approval. The Planning Commission recommended approval unanimously. Mr. Pardula, acquired this property 8 years ago. And because of the complexity, the location, the offsite, this has become a challenge. But we do have 2 to 3 builders who are actively interacting with us, trying to figure out how to apply their product to the site. So we feel that it's very viable, and that's why we've also asked for a little additional time. The drainage way that Derek referred to, we're trying to refine that relative to the conditional letter of map revision, which is a CLOMAR, and so we're going to be addressing areas that are off the site. But so there's a public interest in making sure that this goes forward. Mr. Pardula is in the audience this evening. If you have any questions of him personally, and that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Looking for a motion, Councilman Torres, was that? Somebody wanted to make a motion.
Mayor McIntyre, Elisa Johansson, Senior Planner. This is a public hearing.
Yeah, I need to open up questions for the public. Do we have any public input at this time? Anybody on Zoom? Nobody on the phone? Okay, I will entertain any more council discussion? Seeing none, go ahead, Councilman Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Based on the analysis presented in the staff report, I move to approve and adopt Bill 368 and DA 20002 AM D1, amending the development agreement for Red Hawk Ranch as proposed.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Torres, second by Councilman Hannan. If there's no further discussion, please vote. Motion carries 4-1. We will now move on to line item 8.2 for possible action, discussion possible action regarding concurrent request for zoning map amendment, ZMA 25001 and tentative subdivision map, TSM 25001 from Wood Rogers in behalf of Genesee Clover Ranch LLC, rezoning 6 parcels containing approximately 24.72 acres from RR half rural resident half acre minimum and RR5 rural residential 5 acre minimum to SF6 single family 6,000 square foot minimum, and creating 105 lot single family residence subdivision generally located between Farm District Road to the south, Langdon Street to the north, Winnie Lane to the west, and Nevada Pacific Boulevard to the east. APN 021-331-1519202229 and 38.
Thank you, Mayor McIntyre. City Council, Elisa Johansson, Senior Planner for the record. I'm here tonight with a concurrent request for a zoning map amendment and tentative subdivision map for the aforementioned and described project. The site is approximately 24.72 acres, and it is located between Farm District Road, Langdon Street, Winnie Lane, and Nevada Pacific Boulevard. The site zone, as mentioned in the agenda item, is mixed rural residential 1/2 acre minimum and rural residential 5 acre minimum. The surrounding zoning pattern is entirely residential. We've got some denser single-family residential with a 6,000 square foot minimum to the north. We have additional RR5 to the south, RR5 and SF20, so single-family 20,000 square foot minimum to the east, and additional rural residential 1 acre minimum and rural residential 5 acre minimum to the west. Here's a vicinity map and a reduced site plan, so you can see how this proposed subdivision would fit into the area of the site. And here we have a zoning comparison. So the existing zoning designation mix again of RR1/2 and RR5 is on the left-hand side of the screen. The proposed zoning designation of SF6, single family 6,000 square foot minimum, is on the right-hand side of the screen. And here is a zoning comparison in terms of the dimensional standards that would apply to development and that we have also applied to this tentative map. I want to draw your attention to the differences, for example, in lot size, of course, lot coverage, lot frontage, lot width. There are also differences in the setback requirements. However, the height requirement or the maximum height limit in all of the zones is comparable at 35 feet. I'll give you a second to digest this information. All right, moving on. Again, here is the preliminary site plan. It is oriented north-south, so difficult to break into and display properly on a landscape-oriented PowerPoint presentation. So I've broken it into two sections. You can see there's a match line there on both sides of the screen where the puzzle piece fits back together. The zoning map amendment component of this request has 3 required findings. So is the request consistent with the city's master plan and otherwise consistent with state and federal law? The SF6 zoning district is consistent with the underlying master plan land use of single-family residential, which underlies this site and all adjoining sites in the vicinity. The SF6 zoning district also supports several comprehensive plan policies for growth management, housing, and resource conservation, including promoting infill development. This is an infill site. It is vacant land surrounded by existing development. This request also encourages and plans for new development in areas where adequate public services and facilities can be provided efficiently, located in the core, what we would describe as the core of the community. Public services and facilities are readily available already. This fits in within the existing service network of our city. This also encourages new development to be in accordance with the comprehensive master plan land use category, which, as I mentioned, is single-family residential. So there is currently an inconsistency between the zoning designation of RR1/2 and RR5 and the underlying master plan land use of SFR or single-family residential. Here we discuss this in more detail. So is the proposal consistent with the surrounding land uses? We looked at this through 2 lenses. The first lens being the comprehensive plan land use mapping of this and adjoining sites. As I mentioned earlier, the entire vicinity is mapped SFR in the comprehensive plan. That's depicted on the left-hand side of your screen. We also looked at this through the lens of established uses. So once this this proposed subdivision is built out, what types of uses will be allowed in the new proposed zone of SF6 and what types of land uses are already established in the vicinity. So because the immediate vicinity is residential in nature, the allowable uses in the proposed SF6 zoning district would inherently be compatible with those residential uses. So the same range of residential and residential accessory uses would be allowed in the proposed zone, comparable to the existing land uses that are established in the vicinity. The final finding for the zoning map amendment is that we give public notice and hold a public hearing. We have actually held 2 public hearings on this project already, and tonight is another public hearing for a total of 3. We went to Planning Commission on August 13th and September 10th. At the second public hearing, the Planning Commission, a motion to approve this action failed. We do interpret that as a recommendation of denial, and we did also provide additional public notice for tonight's hearing. Moving on to the tentative subdivision map, I apologize in advance. This portion of the presentation is extremely dry. I will try to breeze through and highlight the most meaningful findings, although all of them are important. The first finding is that the tentative subdivision map must be compliant with environmental and health laws and regulations concerning water and air pollution, solid waste disposal, water supply facilities, community or public sewage disposal, and where applicable, individual systems for sewage disposal. That last one does not apply. The tentative subdivision, if approved, will be connecting to public services. On-site drainage facilities will be permitted and constructed to serve the project. That will be addressed through the conditions of approval as we move forward towards final map. We don't anticipate significant air pollution, and temporary erosion and sediment control measures will control dust and sediment during construction. We anticipate that solid waste disposal will be provided by a community vendor. Water availability is always a big topic of discussion here, and 1.12 acre feet will be required per lot. That would be dedicated prior to recording a final map. Tonight's request is really just a tentative conceptual approval of a future subdivision. Many, many conditions of approval must be met before we can record that final map and actually segregate the land. At this time, related to water supply, we do anticipate that city facilities will have capacity to serve the development. As I already mentioned, availability and accessibility of utilities. We do have water available in Fort Sutter Boulevard to the north, and sewer is available in Westward Lane to the east. Power and communication utilities are already available on or near the site. Moving on, we've got schools, police and fire protection, transportation, recreation facilities, and parks. Again, as an infill development site, this property fits in within the existing network of public facilities and services available to the community. And so no extension or enhancement of those services is anticipated to be necessary to serve the future residents of this proposed subdivision. Number 5, this is a big one. We did examine the tentative subdivision for conformance with proposed zoning district standards. So we looked at the SF6 zoning standards and other development standards that exist in our code, for example, adjacency requirements. We did not find any apparent correction items. It does appear that all of the proposed lots meet the dimensional standards for the zone, and the subdivision map as a whole meets the adjacency requirements when located next to less dense developments. The 6th finding is that the tentative subdivision map conform with the master streets and highways plan. That document has been superseded by the transportation master plan. However, we do anticipate that the project conforms. Any proposed streets within the subdivision will be designed to City of Fernley standards. Again, that permitting and construction will take place prior to recordation of a final map. Number 7, this is another big topic. What effect does the proposed subdivision have on the existing public streets and roadway networks? Will there be traffic impacts? To support their proposal, the applicants did provide a robust traffic analysis that did not indicate that adverse impacts would result from the proposed development. However, they did recommend, and we have conditioned for suitable improvements to help mitigate the traffic impacts that will result, although not considered adverse. This would include an eastbound left turn lane on Farm District Road, flashing crosswalk at Farm District Road, and full improvements along Clover Lane. So heading up from Farm District Road to the subdivision, we are conditioning Clover Lane to be fully improved. Moving on, last 4 findings. The physical land characteristics of the site as it relates to the abutting properties. The site is gently sloped and is not mapped within any FEMA floodplains. The on-site soils, as documented by the applicant's package, do not appear to pose a hazard to construction. There are no major elevation differentials with abutting properties, although I will point out that there are some irrigation ditches and some changes in topography that provide an informal barrier between this site and the adjoining sites. Number 9, recommendations and comments of review bodies. There are no outstanding comments. We've been through a couple public hearings already. We haven't heard anything after we concluded our review. Any comments that were not addressed through corrected plans, for example, from our engineering consultant, have been incorporated into the conditions of approval and will be required to be met as the project moves forward to final map. Number 10, conformity to the master sewer and water utility plan. We will apply those regulations during the permitting process for public infrastructure improvements. Again, that does not occur now at this tentative map stage. It occurs between tentative map and final map through the conditions of approval. And the last finding is that it comply with the code and all other applicable regulations, and we have conditioned the project appropriately to ensure that this finding can be met and that the project complies as required. We do tonight have an update to the conditions of approval. So this is something that we discovered in review of other projects. We are proposing to add the following condition of approval, which requires an amendment to the final map for Donner Trails Estates Phase 12A. So that's the subdivision to the immediate north of the project, which is proposed to be utilized for access to the site. Because that final map has already been recorded, we do need to make a suitable amendment to that map so that it matches what is actually actually constructed out in the real world. And I do have copies of the updated conditions of approval if you'd like them. We, in the planning department, do recommend approval tonight. If you choose to deny the project, we do, again, as always, ask that you specifically identify the finding that you are unable to make and also state your rationale. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. The applicant is also here and they have a presentation as well.
Before I open up to council, let's have the presentation, then I'll open it up to council for questions.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Derek Kirkland Wood Rogers for the record. And we're representing Jenica Developments. We do have Larry, who's I believe on Zoom, and as well as some additional representatives for them as well. So location, I think we kind of covered that. I just want to point out that we did do quite a bit of outreach on this project. We actually hosted a neighborhood meeting back in April where we noticed 750 feet around the entire property, which code, it doesn't require us to do that. And if we did do it, code actually requires only 500 feet. So we tried to go much further out just to make sure we covered enough people. And we actually held that before we even submitted the application. We also have hosted several field walks with different neighbors to understand some of the existing conditions around the site. And while I don't think we could come to an agreement on everything, we tried to incorporate as much of the feedback we got during those meetings as possible. In order to do the subdivision map, it does require us to do single family residential. I won't get into a whole lot of that. The master plan does call for, the master plan does call for single family residential, which the current zoning does not fit within. SF6 is basically an extension of the SF6 and Donner Trails to the north. And there's several other cases between Farm District Road and US 50 where you have SF6 kind of in some of these different areas, which was the intent ultimately of the master plan. Why SF6? We've been asked that question a few times. Obviously with the market and things that are coming to Fernley, mainly with Victory Logistics is a major contributor to Fernley's long-term economic success. That's going to bring a lot of people, right? And so we're estimating the population to double per the master plan basically in the next 10 years from what is out there in terms of the square feet and estimated jobs at 10,000. The other piece to this, so basically it's a 102 unit subdivision is what we're looking to build. It's 105 lots there because we have 102 units and then there's 3 common area parcels. And so as I mentioned, that will require zone change to SF6. And I think, some of the benefits of SF6 is basically the extension of the north. There's already SF6 lots, 6,000 square foot lots in Donner Trails and also to the south of this project area on the south side of Farm District Road. So we feel like that lot size is obviously something that the market here definitely wants more of. And just to give you an example, as Donner Trails is getting built out by D.R. Horton, there has been mention of them needing to purchase more lots and wanting to expand what they're doing. And so that's really, a market-driven decision behind the SF6. I think SF6 helps, it's not just the lot size that makes the house more attainable cost-wise, but it's also a lower maintenance cost for homeowners. And it's ultimately what we see with a lot of younger families, and even as people retire, they want to downsize. They don't want a big yard to take care of, and so that's why we've ultimately selected to go with SF6. And as this is an infill site, it also supports the infrastructure and adds more units to help pay for a lot of the infrastructure around this area. So when we look at the lot sizes, while we're asking for SF6, the average lot size of this development is actually 7,702 square feet. We do have some minimum lot sizes of 6,200 square feet, but we also have a few corner lots that get up to 12s. And then which I'll get to in terms of like the buffering on the east and the west, we actually have 8,000 square feet lots there adjacent to the larger lot zoning. And we are proposing, so as SF6 would allow up to 7 units per acre, this development's only at 4 units per acre. And as I mentioned, our perimeter lots, most of the rear yards will be 30 feet plus, and I'll get into that here in a second, with a couple of the side yards that the code requires a minimum of a 20-foot buffer for residential adjacency. And so we're exceeding code for the majority of these lots. We also heard through a lot of our initial conversations, there was concerns of traffic on Farm District Road. So we actually worked with city staff, and there's basically in Donner Trails, there's a retention basin, a city-owned parcel. And so we're proposing to actually extend Fort Sutter Boulevard basically up into the site so that people can get back to US 50 opposed to Farm District Road. And so we'll have both of those connections. So improving Clover Lane and then also extension to the north. And we'll get into some of the traffic here in a second as well. But that provides huge benefit for connectivity for the site. And most cars most likely will head north, which again, I'll get into in a second. So this map shows a lot of the lot sizes around the area, and ultimately why we selected the 9s are the 8,000 square foot lots on the perimeter. So you can see in Donner Trails, most of their lots along Langdon Street there, most of those lots, their buffering is they're about 7,000 to 9,000 square feet. And basically all the blue lots and our proposed subdivision would match that or exceed that. What the same situation, basically the same situation on Donner Trails that we're facing on our perimeter edges. And again, that buffering will exceed the requirements of code. And we only actually have 39% or 40 lots in our subdivision that are in that 6,000 to 7,000 square feet. So most of our, over half of our lots are actually larger. And we did try to buffer those smaller lots with larger lots around the perimeter. So when we talk about the buffer, so as I mentioned, code requires 20 feet. You can see everywhere it's green. We're actually a minimum of a 30-foot buffer. And in some cases on the left-hand side of the screen or the west side, there's actually a power utility easement through there. And so we're actually an additional, it's basically a 35-foot easement that we have to have there too. So it really kind of pushes those houses away from the existing larger lots to the west. We did meet with one of the neighbors adjacent to where we're going to bring Fort Sutter in. They expressed some concerns about seeing if we could add a buffer for them. And so we have agreed to do that. And so we've added in, that's that purple there. We've added in an extra 12 to 14-foot buffer for them on their side yard. And we will be redoing that retention basin and actually expanding that retention basin down there as well. And then you can see where it's yellow, those are side yards, and we're providing setbacks would be typically 10 feet. We're actually expanding that to 20 feet, which meets the minimum code requirement for buffering. The other thing when we walked out and met with the property owners on the west, there was a couple of them expressed some concerns about there is a irrigation lateral that comes through there. Well, some of them don't use water from it. There is a couple people that do. And so one of the things they were worried about was flooding and just keeping people out of that area for safety. It is NV Energy has a 35-foot easement and there's large power poles through there. So we have to maintain access. But what we've agreed to do is essentially raise the proposed lots up a little bit so that if that ditch ever were to overflow, it would overflow into kind of like it does today and wouldn't impact future homes. The other thing to create some privacy and keep people out of their yards is basically along the western edge of the irrigation lateral. We're proposing to put in like an open view, like a wire fence, similar to what's there today. They have barbed wire or wire fencing, so we'd add another second layer of that. And then on the backyards at the edge of the eastern edge of the 35-foot power easement, we would actually put in a 6-foot tall solid fence. And then that property where the NV Energy easement is would be included in those lots so that the property owners would still be responsible for overall maintenance of that. And we would specify in the CC&Rs that there is an NV Energy access easement back there. And so all that would be defined in the CC&Rs. And then on the east side of the project, so on the right side, we are proposing a 6-foot tall solid fence. Basically, there's a berm there, and I'll show that here in a minute, but proposing a new 6-foot tall fence on top of that berm. So this is an image of the NV Energy easement I was explaining to you. And so there's a 35-foot easement, and then there's another 30 feet for the backyard. So the houses from the existing property line today would basically be pushed back 60 feet from that fence. And you can see the ditch there. Obviously, the ditch kind of meanders through, but that shows you kind of how the two fences would work to try to keep people out of there and make sure that people aren't getting into the larger lots where they do have cattle and some of those things. And then on the eastern side, you can see the pictures. There is a pretty tall berm there that already provides some screening. And so we would put a 6-foot fence on top of that. And again, you can see that we would add a no build buffer similar to the west side, which code again is only 20 feet. And so you would have that no build buffer. Again, this would be in people's backyards, so it doesn't become a place where people can get and nobody can see what anyone's doing. So we basically would record a no build easement in each lot, which would also be identified in the CC&R. So the city would have the ability to enforce that. And again, here you can see that the houses would be pushed back, over 60 feet away from that berm. And I know there was a lot of discussion with the residences on both sides about, obviously there's change, and with development coming into this area, there's concerns. And so we tried to do our best to come up with a solution for that. So getting into the traffic. So we do have our traffic engineer here, Lauren Chilson, who can answer more detailed questions. Go ahead.
Sorry, I don't know if it's easier if I stop midway in your presentation so I can ask the questions when they're happening or wait till the very end. So you tell me. I'll wait.
Yeah, maybe wait.
Okay.
Just I don't have a whole lot left, so I'll try to be brief. So site access, again, as I mentioned, heading north. So in the traffic study, there's basically when you go north where Sutter Fort comes in, there'll be essentially tie into 3 different sections where you can get to US 50. The traffic report does identify about 962 daily trips. And we would be putting in improvements on Farm District Road, the turn lane, which we've agreed to. And then we'd be putting in some traffic calming, basically some stop configurations on Fort Sutter around the daycare center that's there. And then for traffic calming. And then we would also be putting in some horizontal deflections or chicanes at some other areas along through there as mitigation for extending to the north. But traffic report does note that the majority of the traffic is anticipated to go north to access 50 versus Farm District Road. And so you can see in this picture, this basically shows the areas that we'd have a 3-way stop. So that is the daycare center there. And during the public meeting, there was some concerns about making sure we keep it safe and having cars go slow through there. So we did add some stop conditions there to slow down traffic. And then, so then the horizontal deflections, so you can kind of see those would be further north. This is Clover Lane. So Clover Lane, we're proposing full standard roads within the subdivision, curb, gutter, sidewalk. There is a condition of approval, and I'll get to that here. So the condition right now proposes to have Clover Lane, that whole width, all the way to Farm District Road with curb, gutter, sidewalk. But as you can see today in the pictures, people have drainage in there. And so what we're proposing is to repave it and build basically put in a 5-foot pedestrian path on one side and maintain their drainage areas.
That way, if they ever want to, if they were ever to sell that and a development came in those parcels, then they would have to basically complete the road. But basically, we're proposing to pave the section, put in a pedestrian path, but just use the ditches that are there today opposed to curb and gutter. And so we have proposed a change, a minor modification to that condition. We're not trying to get out of doing it. We just feel like with those houses that are fronting it right now, it would be more appropriate with the cross section that we're proposing versus curb gutter sidewalk. So with that, that concludes my presentation. We're requesting SF6 in conformance with the master plan. We've gone above and beyond in terms of residential adjacency to try to put larger lots there. When there was some questions about, can you go larger with the lots? But at the end of the day, this is a small 102 lot subdivision. And when we're having to make the connection to Fort Sutter, make the turn lane improvements on Farm District Road, and just the sole cost of building a subdivision like this and the cost of homes, we really need to have, 102 lots to really make this a viable project. And we feel like it fits with the Fernley master plan and with the workforce that's coming here. And it provides a more modern house that people want. And it's, again, just market driven for that decision. Staff was able to make all the findings. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right. Does council have any questions at this time? Councilwoman Zaborski?
Just me again. I'm sorry.
No, that's great.
Does the planning commission, when they recommend a motion of denial, do they give you the findings as well then?
I can answer that. Elisa Johansson, senior planner for the record. The motion was to approve both actions, and so the motion failed. So there was not a motion to deny where the findings would have been identified as we generally request.
Okay, thank you. Hang on, my notes are sloppy and sideways now. Have you been able to communicate with the preschool as far as I'm pretty much being surrounded? I know the stop sign sounds great, but I don't, as far as like speed bumps or like anything like that.
We did talk to them a little bit, and that's why, sorry, I was gonna just point out, we did actually like curve the road through there too, to like push the road a little bit further away from them.
Yeah, it's kind of like a straightaway.
Yeah,
to
so
them.
that way it's with the stop signs. And so we did coordinate, at the first public meeting, there was a lot of concerns of people bringing up the daycare. And so we tried to do as much as we could there by just design of the road and stop signs and just really trying to, and that's, you'll see even with like Clover, where Clover Lane comes in, rather than just having that go straight through, we did a lot of curving with that road and had that 90 put in. So that it's, even if you went from Farm District to 50, it's like, it's going to force you to go slow just by design.
Right. I think that the majority of my other questions have to do with obviously adjacency standards, because I am semi confused or just need clarification about that, because the parcels that border the 8,000 square foot lots, they're, multiple acres, correct?
Yeah, let me get to
So if you have a 5 acre parcel, then our adjacency standards say that you have to have one per acre adjacent to a 5 acre parcel.
Do you want to address that?
That
jump in on
section
that?
is, sorry, Michelle Rambo, planning director for the record. That section is in regards to multifamily housing. It doesn't apply to single family.
Okay, so the main concern, I guess that as far as that finding goes, consistent with, I know that what our master plan says is the SF6, but like right now, the way that it's zoned, the only portion of the project that's actually consistent with the other is the Donner Trails. The Donner Trails extension that's the only part of it that's SF6, and then it's surrounded by rural residential. So for me, I think it's a great development. It'd be great having the school right there. It's kind of secluded a little bit. It'd be great for people coming in, but it would be better if those outside lot sizes were a little bit bigger, which I understand is not conducive to your project. I tried, I'm still not good at reading traffic analysis, and I'm like going on year 5. I should really be more of a traffic engineer at this point. But I had gone through all of like the traffic analysis, and I'm hoping, it said that it included, you know, the future growth plan. So I'm hoping that it's including that final map of Donner Trails as well.
Derek Kirkland Wood Rogers. I'm going to let Lauren answer that for you.
Okay.
Good evening, Lauren Chilson with GCW. Yes, the traffic study includes build out of many project areas there, Clements Ranch, all the ones that we know about, and Donner Springs build out, including additional long-term growth of the city based on the master plan and population growth. So it's comprehensive to future development.
And the ones that are happening down Farm District Road as well.
Yes.
So the one thing that I was confused about when I was going through the master plan is trying to find the AM peak hours and the PM peak hours, and what those hours actually are is hard to find like in the traffic analysis. And the only time I found for peak hours was like 9:45 AM in the morning for peak hours, which I can assure you is all of our kids go to school between 7 and 8, and our peak hours are not 9:45. So I don't know if somebody comes out to do a traffic analysis and they go, okay, we're going to measure at this time because the average peak hour for everybody is 9:45. That's not conducive to Fernley or when the peak hours for Farm District are.
You would be very correct in that point. So what we do is study, we count traffic between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. as standard practice, and 4 to 6 p.m. And then within those peak periods, we identify the highest hour and study that highest hour for both the morning and the afternoon.
Okay, because the other number that I found for peak times for PM was 10 o'clock.
I can't speak to that. We study with the highest hour of the day and make sure that we do that.
So I really just want to make sure that when we're going through and doing those, and obviously I'm not a traffic engineer and I don't do any of the analysis, but when I saw the 9:45, I mean, that's not, or 9:43, I want to say, or something like that. It's in the traffic study here, but I don't think that's, I just want to make sure that's actually being done at peak hours. And if you're here, that's not peak.
For absolute clarity, we studied the peak hours between 7 and 9 a.m. and 4
Okay.
to 6 p.m.
Okay, thank you. Hang on. Let me go back. The buffer zone that's in the backyards, is the 30-foot buffer zone that you're talking about, is that taking away from your actual lot size? Is that just backyard? We're saying you have a 60-foot backyard and we're counting 30 of it as buffer?
This is Derek Kirkland Wood Rogers. So yeah, so a bit like on the west side, and it's a little bit different because of the easement on the west side. So the on the west side, you actually have a 35-foot easement, which is also considered would be the basically the buffer zone. And then we have a 6-foot fence after that, and then we have a 30-foot basically backyard in addition to that. So those lots are all about, I think, about 8,500 square feet, give or take. But yes, it does include some of that 8,000 square feet is in that 35-foot easement.
Okay, could you go to the east side?
Yeah, so the east side is similar, except for we're actually going to include the no build buffer is actually in the backyard. And so the reason we do that is if we had to go fence that, you'd have a berm and a fence, and you'd have a 30-foot no man's land that would create potential safety issues. So basically what we have done, and it's been done a few different times in Fernley for the specific reason, is give people that into their backyard so it's usable and they can maintain it. And then it's basically a no build. So you can't have anything in that 30-foot space. So it still is like basically a buffer. And what it does is it pushes the house further away from that existing property line, which is basically the intent of the buffer.
Okay. I think I probably have more questions. I'm gonna try really hard to go through everything and really decide. I think the adjacent properties is a big concern for me, and then the traffic analysis and just making sure that traffic on Farm District, I mean, it's already pretty excessive. Even, I mean, the streets that we have on Farm District now, pulling out into traffic during our peak hours is pretty difficult. So I just want to make sure that we're
Yeah, and
aware of
that's,
that.
I mean, that's ultimately why we decided to connect to the north, to avoid that. When we worked with Lauren, there was just having that access north was a big deal. And then we also agreed to put in a turn lane on Farm District Road with a pedestrian crossing there.
Thank you.
If there's no further council discussion, I will now open it up for public input.
Hi, Becky Howlett for the record. The adjacency standards for single-family residents per the code, for the development code, state that 5 acres down to 1 acre when it reduces. Also, with the buffer zone, it states that the buffer zone needs to be like a path or a trail or landscaping, not your backyard, or you're gonna have people walking through your backyard trying to use the walking path or the trail that the buffer zone is supposed to be up for. And if the west side, if the people that's part of their yard or they're behind their house, are they maintaining it, or is it becoming a special, like a homeowners association that's maintaining that, but the people on the east side, they have to maintain their 30 feet because it's within their yard? Doesn't really seem fair either, but I do think that and then my other question or comment is Clover Lane is a privately owned road. The woman that was here earlier, she owns it, but she left because it got late. She owns all the way across the road. So it's her property that the road is on. She gave the daycare permission to be able to use the road to get to the daycare. So I don't know what her plans are, how she feels about the road being fixed or adjusted, or since it's hers. And I don't know if they can legally do that if somebody else owns the property. Thank you.
Hi, City Council, Tessa Garvin. I just wanted to also segue into the no build buffer. So the buffer is supposed to be a community path, walkway, what have you, that can be used by anybody, whether they're in the neighborhood or not, from what I understand from the development code, which trumps the master plan, from what I understand. And we're asking people to purchase a home. They can only secure a portion of it to let everybody else use that pathway, walkway. And if anybody gets hurt, guess what? That's lawsuits. And it's on the burden of the homeowner. So the burden of the homeowner now can only secure their property so far. They have to maintain that no build zone, obviously, because they don't want brush and leaves, and the city is not going to come out and do anything about it. Somebody goes walking by and trips over a rock right in their backyard, that's on them. That's on the homeowner. And if the homeowner, I'm guessing, finds out that the city is okay with this, they might come back and have litigation with the city. Just wanting to point that out. Thank you.
I'm J.F. McCullers. This is my wife Jenny. She's here because I don't hear well, and she's
will tell me anything I miss as usual. We live on Winnie Lane. Our property butts right up to this proposed development. My concerns are this development is surrounded by, I think, 8 5-acre properties, 1 2-acre property, and 3 1-acre properties. It doesn't fit at all. Our properties are going to be butted up to what, 7,000 square foot lots? Doesn't fit, folks. I can't imagine anything less than 12,000 square foot lots butted up to our 5 acres. You know, something needs to be done to take care of the existing property owners. We've lived here. If you look at the people that live around this, we've all lived here for a long time. We've raised our families here. We work here. We pay taxes here. We vote here. We need you to take care of us too. I'm not against growth. I'm not against development. I'm not even against the development in my backyard. I just want it to be reasonable. Another thing that I'm worried about is our property has an active irrigation ditch. And they're talking about putting a open view fence, a wire fence, that goes right next to the ditch. If you've ever irrigated, ditches blow out. If it blows out on their side, we have to get tractors or backhoes back there to repair the ditch. If the blowout doesn't blow out their fence, we have to cut the fence to get back there to fix the ditch. That ditch, when it's being used, runs for well over 24 hours. Who fixes their fence? Who's liable for their fence? Me? Our neighbors? Or are they? The other thing that worries me is who's liable? A kid wants to get in that ditch and play. I've had grandkids. They want to go out there and play when I irrigated, but I was there to watch them. Who watches their kids in that open area? They see me or my neighbors irrigating. They get in that ditch, they get hurt, or for God's sake, they drown. Who's liable? Me? The property owner? The builder who leaves, takes his money and scats? The city? Or me? Maybe you need to consider having the developers pipe that ditch with outlets at each head gate and relieve us of that liability so that we're not on the hook if, for God's sakes, the kid gets in there and gets hurt or dies. I know, I'm up. 3 minutes goes by fast. Thank you, guys. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I live on Winnie's Lane, just a couple lots down from JF, and my concern is an open ditch. I've asked the developer twice now to pipe it. My concern is not so much the flooding now after they look like they've changed the preview, so it looks like the houses are elevated. But I have the same concern that JF has. If the ditch blows out, are we going to have vehicle access onto the utility easement so we can get in there with tractors, or are we going to have to cut the fence down to get in there? My bigger concern is children. I grew up in Sparks, and what the area is now McCarran Boulevard. That was all fields back then. Truckee Lane was a 2-lane road. Fences did not stop me as a child. I either went through them or went over them, and I played in those fields all the time. And I'm concerned that a child that will have denser housing there, there's going to be a lot more city kids. They're going to be curious about checking the things out, climbing over, going through the fence. And like JF says, we irrigate for about 36 hours. So that water's flowing all night long. And we don't have lights out there. A kid slips in just as the sun's going down. If he can't get out of the water on his own, we'll find his body the next morning. I don't want that to happen. So I ask you to condition it. They either put in a pipe or please deny it. Thank you. What's that? Would you please come up and speak into the microphone so we can get it on the recording? Thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, Jeff Kling. So,
Does he
Thank
need
you.
to sign in as well?
He
He already
did.
did? Yeah.
oh, I did sign it.
Joyce Kling, Mayor and City Council. I'm the water coordinator for that ditch. That ditch does run between 36 and 48 hours. The first few hours, it's 5 acre-feet. If a child gets in there, something's going to happen. We asked before that this ditch be piped if we're going to have this development, and that was denied. So if they can't do that, for the safety of children that do not understand irrigation, I ask you to deny this. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public input? If not, do we have anybody on Zoom? No. We'll now move to council discussion. Do we have any further council discussion?
Yes, sir.
Councilman Torres.
So I think my first question is for Ms. Rambo on the adjacency standards. Can you tell me what our restrictions are as far as that?
Yes, if you go to the adjacency standards section, section B applies to single-family residential, and there are 3 options, and they get to pick one or more of those options. So the first one is the buffer, 20-foot buffer. Second is increasing the lot sizes around the buffer, around the perimeter. And the third option is to lot match, which means that the backyard lot lines would match the adjacent lot lines. They have done 2 of the 3 options as part of this map, so they are exceeding the adjacency standard regulations.
Okay. Thank you for that. So the adjacency standard, 2 out of 3, it meets code. I guess my second question would be, and I looked at what was presented and what was provided. Isn't the buffer zone inside of the homeowner's property? I mean, you have that fence back there and the buffer zone is inside the property. So they're not going to be walking through. Am I correct on that? Is that what the picture showed?
Derek Kirkland with Wood Rogers. Yes, that's correct. So the buffer zone on the east side would be part of their lot, so nobody could access it. And then on the west side, we do have to maintain access to that area for NV Energy. And so we have a gate that would basically be locked to keep people out of there. And I think what we'd also be willing to do is if we need to include something in the CCNRs about, if the ditch were to break out or overflow and took out the fence, that the homeowner is responsible for the fence and that the neighbors have access to that area in addition to NV Energy to access the ditch to fix it. And then the homeowner would be responsible for repairing the fence. I would be happy to put that as a condition of approval that needs to be specified in the CCNRs. I think there's something else related to that area is right now there's no gate, there's nothing. Anybody can walk straight out of Donner Trails. Any kids that live right there, it's not that far and they can get into that ditch. So I don't think we're adding anything in addition to something that could already happen today.
Okay, so that clears up the question with the previous statement that they're going to be walking through this no man's land and it's fenced in. So that's shut down. The adjacency standards meets code. Totally understand the irrigation issues. I mean, they have to have access to that irrigation ditch for maintenance and to allow free flow. And we don't want to stop. We don't want to continue having the fields have as much water as possible. We don't want to cut that down. Now the safety issue and I kind of see your point, Mr. Kirkland, but at the same time, I'm going to have to disagree. What you are adding that you don't have right now is it's kind of out of their way for the kids in the Donner Trails, which is north, to want to go down to the irrigation ditches while they're flowing. When you have all of these residents there, it's kind of an open invitation. So, I mean, that's the addition, you're adding more kids, you're adding additional risk, right? I like the project. I think it meets the standards. I think it's very, very important that if this is approved, that a condition of approval is it's got to be piped in. I think that irrigation ditch needs to be piped in. We're talking some serious flow. That's one of the largest, highest water flow rates that we have that is still being used. So those are just my points on there, and thank you for clearing things up. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and if I could, Mr. Mayor, Derek Kirkland, Wood Rogers, I would have to, I think Larry's on, I would have to, if something like a condition about piping it, I would have to check with my client on that, but I'll check with him and let you know.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Hannon and then Councilwoman Zaversky.
You want to say that again?
Councilman Hannon
You
and
didn't
then
say,
Councilwoman
right, you
Zaversky.
said something else.
Oh, did I?
And
What did I say?
I don't hold it against you. I still love you.
Oh,
You
sorry,
said-
Councilman.
You're welcome, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor. I have a couple questions, concerns. So we have a walking path along Farm District, and we have adjacent to the walking path with no fencing, we have irrigation ditches. And then sort of meandering through Farm District Road, there's ditches all over, and I don't see any of them that are like fenced off. Is there a different flow rate going down Farm District in front of, let's say, like Ponderosa? Right along Ponderosa, there's a huge ditch that goes the whole length of that development, and it's right up against. You could walk on the path and take one tumble and end right up in the water. There's no fence there, but what is the requirement for us for fencing to keep people out of a ditch? Where does that begin and end?
I'm going to defer that over to Mr. Williams because that's more of a Public Works question.
Barry Williams, Public Works Director, for the record. There's really no standard to speak of when it comes to ditches, when it comes to any kind of irrigation ditches or drainage ditches to speak of. That is a condition that you can ask for with this development. So if you wanted them to add fencing or any kind of appurtenances for safety reasons, you could ask them to do that.
Okay, and my second question is, when we pipe water and we're taking the water underground in a pipe, are we creating more of a hazard by which somebody could drown in a pipe versus drowning in an open basin or an open canal?
Barry Williams, Public Works Director, for the record. I think that would really be up to pipe configuration, size, and flow rate. So we'd really have to look at it and see exactly what we would be up against on that. Smaller pipes, no, that would be a no. Larger pipes, anything over 30 inches, maybe. But there are certain mitigation measures that you could take to stop an individual from entering a pipe.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the whole TCID canal, the bigger canal that stretches through most of Fernley, doesn't have, except at intersections, any fencing or any way to keep people out. And they have sort of these floaty things across there where you float down the thing, you grab a hold of the floaty and drag your way out. I could just imagine we're piping it underground and somebody gets sucked down into one of these pipes and then we can't see where they're at. We can't help them. It just seems like it creates a whole nother set of hindrances for rescue and to be able to get that person out of that predicament. And my other concern is that we're creating a standard by which we're now going to have to hold everybody to, or just certain people. All developments near the canal and the ditches are going to have fencing and underground piping. And I've got a lot of questions about how that affects us, how it affects the people that are irrigating, their flow, the capacity in which they're able to draw water. All the systems that are connected to that ditch, all of the gates would then have to be upgraded or changed. It seems like a huge undertaking. Am I on anything here? I'm just curious. I don't irrigate, and it just seems like a lot of we introduce a pipe, and now we have all these other things that we have to.
The gentleman that spoke earlier raised his hand. He has an answer. He's been.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you, sir.
If you would, come on up and maybe you can answer.
Yes, Jeff Kling. Part of our division is already piped and there's safety gratings over it. You cannot get inside the pipe.
Okay,
You
that's
know, a
good.
cat might fit through, but I don't even think a dog would fit through.
Okay, that's
So
good.
there's already provisions for that.
Okay.
And then there was something else you said that I had an answer to and I can't think of it now.
I was asking about like flow rate. Does it change the flow rate because we go from a ditch to a pipe, and then the gates that are connected
It
to that?
depends on, like, if there's two takeouts off of the main takeout, say each one's ordered 5 feet of water, then they'll send 10 feet down from the main canal and it'll be split to go to the different takeouts. They might have 3 takeouts. There might be 15 feet flowing in the main ditch along Farm District.
Okay.
When I was a kid, I stayed away from what became McCarran. It was Truckee Lane then because of all the traffic. I was sneaking in the areas where there wasn't traffic. So down Farm District, even though I don't like it being open where a kid could, stumble on his bike or whatever, maybe it was just me. I was sneaky when I was a little kid and I would slip in where there was no, people around and then play in the fields all day.
Yeah, because I went over there and looked at the property before tonight's meeting, and I could walk right to the edge of the ditch and jump right in it. I mean, there was nothing that kept me or anybody, and there were bicycle tire tracks all over from kids, and there were footprints all over the place. And so,
Well, I followed in the ditch. For an adult, it's not that big of a thing. It's mostly the shock of the cold water at first.
Right.
But for a little kid, they fall in, and we used to take 7.5 feet of water years ago.
Okay.
And that will knock you down if you're in the ditch. We take 5 feet now, and it could knock a child down, and they may not be able to get out.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I didn't know. So now I know something new.
Hey, I just have a comment as far as the ditches. So Harding Lane, when I was a kid, used to run pretty full. And we used to love to get in that ditch and ride it down through the gates, all the way down past the elementary school. So I do know no matter what you do, kids are going to try to get into that water. But the gates, I like how they have the grates on the gates going to the different properties to irrigate to where kids can't get into it. But my thing is, depending on the acre feet of water that's going down those ditches to irrigate, whether it's 1 property, 2 property, or 3 property, how big of a pipe are they going to have to put to go down through there? And then what's the cost of that expense? Yeah. Yes, state your name.
Okay, Jeff Kling. The part that ours is piped, they have 2 1-foot pipes, which when the developer put it in, thought that was the same as a 24-inch pipe. So it's never really flowed well. So that's why we have to cut our flow down to 2.5 in order to feed it through those 2 pipes. TCID came out and did an estimate, and I believe it was about 800 feet of 24-inch pipe, and they said it'd be about $10,000. But 24-inch pipes is what would probably be we could probably get by with 18-inch pipe, but 24 would probably work better. Because there are times where we order 5 feet, TCID might send us 6 or 7 or 8 or 9. And, we're scrambling because we got people, ditches are blowing out. We're calling TCID. You can't turn the water off immediately. They can turn it down, but we won't see the result for another hour.
Nope, I totally understand.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Thank you.
Mr.
Yes.
Mayor, if I may. Barry Williams, Public Works.
Yeah,
Director
go
for the
ahead,
record.
Mr. Williams.
Barry Williams, Public Works Director for the record. So you can condition the ditches, the delivery ditches to be piped, but the details will be worked out through the development process as far as what appurtenances are added for safety reasons if you require them.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Michelle
Somebody
Rambo, Planning
understand.
Director. I was going to kind of build on that same point that this is the piping, we can put a condition in, no problem. The actual design and the flow rates and the size of the pipe, all of that's going to have to be done at a later phase. So we can't decide that tonight.
Totally understand that.
So I just mostly I just wanted to let the public know that there's further phases which these things will be looked at.
Okay.
J.F. McCullough, Mr. Mayor, real quick to tag on to Jeff. Ours would be a straight shot and it's downhill. So it'd be a real easy lay of pipe. There'd be no turns or corners or anything. It's strictly straight shot and it has a downhill grade, which would make it a really,
Yes, I do know. One thing I want to say about this is because I do know about storm drains and irrigating and stuff like that. And I understand the safety aspect of the whole project. And I'm not saying that the developer wouldn't be willing to do so. But the fact is it has to pencil out for them to even do the project. So, and I understand that aspect of it too. So. Councilman Mendoza? Oh,
Yeah, just for clarification, in regards to all the ditches, TCID doesn't, and this, whoever could answer, please answer. TCID doesn't own all the ditches that are getting water. These ditches become privately owned after a certain point within the delivery system, which there puts the liability on the owners of the ditch for maintenance and those things, and the responsibility of whatever happens in those ditches. So what we're talking about is extremely important, and it's not just TCID could probably absorb a couple dead kids. That's why they haven't fenced it. But a farmer that has only 5 acres that is unlimited, their insurance may or may not cover it. I know it's hard to get flood insurance for people's homes. We're not getting flood insurance out here. What's going to happen then? So I think these ditches are for a developer to come in and put an added liability to a community member that has been there for years and has lived their life there and farms there. I think it's a lot to ask of our community members. Also, to put that liability on them, I think that's a big thing we need to consider tonight when we finish off this item, hopefully soon.
thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, again. TCID does not own that ditch. There is no TCID easement on our properties. We all were told way back when that they did. But when we were dealing with our water rights and we went to TCID with our property deed, there is no easement at all. And when we came to the city with our property maps, there is no easement.
Yes.
And we were surprised when we did that, and we went to the legal department. We went through the whole thing when we sold our water rights because we were retired, we were going traveling, I didn't want to irrigate anymore, but water still runs through that ditch. So all my neighbors can get their water, and there is no easement. And that was something we were all told by TCID at first, until we found out there is no easement in that ditch. So if I wanted to be an ass, excuse my language, I could backfill that ditch in and nobody past me to get water, which I'm not going to do because I'm be a good neighbor, but there is no easement. I just wanted to clarify that.
No, I appreciate that. TCID burns in those ditches and they help get water
Yeah.
to you guys.
And that's something that a lot of people are confused about because some people still believe that there's an easement there, but there's not.
But the ditch running along Farm District is a TCID ditch.
Yeah, there may be easements other places, but along our property line, there is
It's
none.
no different than NV Energy bringing power to a house, and anything above the service entrance is, NV Energy. And I had a personal experience with the school district when I had kids sliding down my sidewalk on ice, and they put a school bus on my front driveway. And legal came back and said I was responsible for 4 feet into the public street and liable for injuries. So I don't want to put anything on our community members that is going to cause them legal issues in the long run and hassle for the people that have been here for many years.
All right, Councilwoman Zaberski.
I'm sorry for asking this question again, but on our adjacency standards, because I'm looking right at it, single family residential would also be SF6. And then it starts out with, it's on D, lot adjacency and transition standards, single family residential. The 1 parentheses and the 2 parentheses are not either or. They go together. Am I right? I'll read it.
Yeah, I'm going to let Elisa answer that. She's got them in front of her.
Elisa Johansson, Senior Planner for the record. They are actually 2 different standards. So if you read closely under number 1, to provide adequate transition between varying sizes of single-family residential parcels designated 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres to 1 dwelling unit per acre, the minimum adjacent lot size shall be 1 acre. So in this case, the lots are not designated in this range. They are designated in another density range. So this stipulation does not apply.
Okay, and then when it goes down to transition, it says the home shall not exceed a 50% reduction in lot size. of the existing subdivision lots. So, but 8,000 square feet would definitely be a less than 50% reduction in lot size.
That is correct, but if we look at number 2, so the preamble to this list, A, B, and C are what I would describe as menu options in this list. 2 is the preamble, so subsection 2, to provide adequate transition between varying sizes of single-family residential parcels designated as 1 unit per acre or greater density, which does apply to this project. One of the following methods shall be utilized. So the applicant is not required to utilize all 3 methods. They may choose one of the 3 or a mix of any combination of the 3. And they have chosen not to provide transition, and that is still code compliant.
Okay, and then I think that the wording as far as buffering goes, the buffer zone may be common space, but I mean, in our code, it technically doesn't have to be common space. Is that?
That is also correct. Yes, that is an important distinction. Under buffering, it talks about that a buffer zone shall be established. So shall is prescriptive. It means they have to do it. Where the code continues, it says the buffer zone may be common open space. So that is not prescriptive. The applicant has discretion there to propose open space or not. So it may be open space, but it doesn't have to be.
Okay, and do we have anything as far as buffering goes that has to do with like pad elevation? Because I mean, if you're putting a 6-foot fence, but the neighbor's yard sits 10 feet higher than yours, then is it still considered buffering because there's enough of a setback?
Based on the way the code is written today, yes, that would still meet the standard. There's no stipulations in here regarding elevation differentials. There is a comment regarding landscaped berm or for the purpose of providing a sound barrier, but that's really a different mechanism. It's not addressing where there is an elevation differential between the 2 sites. It's just suggesting that one could be implemented as part of the buffer strategy.
Okay, I had another question, but I think I'll just wait for now. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further comments, I will entertain a motion or.
Mr. Mayor, I believe
Yes.
that the developer wants to make some comments.
Yes, come on up.
Thank you. Derek Kirkland, Wood Rogers for the record. So, chatting with our client, we have a couple, we don't disagree about safety of the ditch, which is why we put in the safety fencing, kind of the 2 fences and the gates. The biggest concern that we have is one, the ditch is an easement. And so we'd have to have legal access to even pipe it. And so if there were to be a condition, if there would be the need to have a condition to move the project forward, I think we would ask that there's some sort of contingency so that if a property owner doesn't give us legal access, then we're not required to replace it, try to go fight them in court and to replace it to meet that condition. Second, the other thing we would look at is maybe there's a different way to phrase a condition, is like maybe we could have like a water engineer do a safety analysis on the canal. And if it's determined that at some point it needs to be piped, then maybe that recommendation would tell us whether we need to pipe it or not. We're open to it. I mean, obviously we would love to have the project approved. And so if there has to be a condition, we're open to it. We just want to make sure that we're not held to something we can't actually implement. And the pipe, just looking at some, off the cusp numbers here, it looks like about $250 a lineal foot for a 24-inch pipe with installation. So that'd be about $200,000 for that 800 feet of pipe. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron Morrison, City Attorney, could we take a brief recess for a legal brief?
Yes, we can. We'll take a brief recess. All right, we'll call this meeting back to order. We are on line item 8.2, so we are looking for a motion on this. If there's no further discussion. Councilman Mendoza.
I just want to make sure nobody has any more discussion on this council and if there's anybody out there before we continue.
There's doesn't appear to be any at this time, so go ahead, Councilman Mendoza.
So I'm going to make the motion that this item gets tabled until a later date, giving the developer an opportunity to reach out to all the property owners that would be affected and get permission prior to bringing this back to us in regards to having access to pipe that ditch. That's my motion.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Mendoza, seconded by Councilwoman Zaberski. If there's no further discussion, please vote. And motion carries 5-0. At this time, I would look for a motion from council to
Mayor?
extend this meeting. We are at 9 o'clock, so we need a motion to continue. Councilman Hannan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since it's 9 o'clock, I make a motion to continue the last two items. This would be 8.3, then public forum.
Second that motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second to continue this this meeting. So we will now move on to line item. No? Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, let's vote. Sorry. It's late.
It's late.
Motion carries 5-0. Now we'll move on to line item 8.3, discussion possible action regarding Bill 367 associated with the zoning map amendment request is EMA 25002 from the city of Fernley, rezoning one parcel containing approximately 23.19 acres generally located at 2305 Farm District Road to bring the site into conformance with the comprehensive master plan. Oh, wait a minute, I skipped something here. Approximately 23.19 acres generally located at 2305 Farm District Road from SF 20 single family 20,000 square foot minimum to OSP open space and parks to bring the site into conformance with the comprehensive master plan use designated for open space and parks. OSP APN 021-303-16.
Thank you, Mayor McIntyre, City Council, Elisa Johansson, Senior Planner for the record. This is my final presentation of the evening. I am here to discuss a zoning map amendment for 2305 Farm District Road as described by Mayor McIntyre. The site is 23.19 acres in size and is located at 2305 Farm District Road. You can see a snip of our aerials in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. The site is irregular in shape, and the zoning pattern in the immediate vicinity is residential, but it is a mix of residential zoning districts, both rural residential and single family. Here is a color vicinity map showing a broad range of zoning designations in the vicinity. To the east, we've got SF9 and GR20 sort of fitting into the dogleg of the site, followed by RR1 further east. We've got SF12 to the immediate south across the canal. We've got SF20, the same zoning designation as the site, to the immediate west. And then to the north, we have, again, a mix of single family and rural residential zoning designations. I'll give you a second to digest this. Here is a zoning comparison in terms of dimensional standards. As we've discussed, the site is zoned SF20, so single family, 20,000 square foot minimum lot size.
The proposed zoning district is open space and parks. Dimensional standards have not been established for that zoning district. So developments in this zone are considered on a case-by-case basis. This means that when a proposal is presented for this parcel, we will be evaluating lot coverage, the required setbacks, and height of the proposed structures based on the facts of and considerations related to that specific development. There are 3 findings for the zoning map amendment. The first is that the request be consistent with the city's master plan and otherwise consistent with state and federal law. The open space and parks zoning district is consistent with the underlying master plan land use of open space and parks. The site's current designation of SF20 is inconsistent with that underlying master plan land use of OSP. So we are seeking to rectify that inconsistency through this action. The OSP zoning district also supports several comprehensive plan policies, including ensuring that future growth is sensitive to the existing agricultural and farming uses. By removing this site from the SF20 stock and redesignating it as OSP, we preserve that land for recreational and aesthetic opportunities for the community. In rectifying the aforementioned inconsistency between the master plan land use and zoning designation, we also ensure existing and future land uses are compatible. I'll also point out that the OSP zoning district has been determined to be compatible with other zoning districts, again, because it provides siting location for recreational, both passive and active opportunities for the community. There are a couple other policies here that I have discussed in more detail excuse me, in my staff report, so I won't bore you with those at this time. The second finding requires that we determine the request to be consistent with the surrounding land uses. Again, we look at this through 2 lenses, both the adjacency in terms of the comprehensive plan mapping, and then also the consistency between uses that would be allowed in the proposed zoning district and established land uses in the vicinity. So in this case, the surrounding parcels are not mapped OSP in the comprehensive plan, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. However, the OSP zone and the allowable uses in that zone are already considered compatible with all other zones and their respective allowable uses. I've snipped a section from our development code. This language is repeated in the master plan as well, stating that this district is typically considered compatible with all other districts. The final finding is related to public notice and a public hearing. We did hold a public hearing on September 10th with notice provided via US mail and legal ad in accordance with NRS and our own development code. The Planning Commission did recommend unanimous approval at the September 10th hearing, and we provided additional public notice prior to tonight's public hearing. Based on all of these findings being met, we do request your approval and adoption of the associated zoning map amendment and bill tonight. Again, as always, should you choose to deny this action, I would ask that you please state the applicable finding and the supporting analysis that you are unable to make. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councilwoman Zaborski, then Councilman Hannan.
Okay, I'm sorry. They're really fast questions. This is owned by the city of Fernley. Is this where you're planning the pond?
This is where I would like to see us build a fishing pond, fields. There would be walking paths, exercise,
Okay,
parks.
just making sure that I'm following. Thank you.
But to clarify, the zoning map amendment does stand on its own 2 feet, and it is a separate action not related to future development. However, this action would facilitate that future development by proposing a zoning designation that is more compatible with the uses that may be proposed at the site in the future.
Councilman Hannan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Most everyone has left the room. I'm prepared to make a motion. I know we need public comment. If you can call for that, I'm prepared.
If there's no further counsel, I'll open this up to the public. Seeing none, is there anybody on Zoom with this? All right, back open to the public. Councilman Hannon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Based on the analysis presented in the staff report, I move to approve and adopt Bill 367 and MZA 25002, rezoning the subject parcel from SF20 to OSP.
Second that motion.
We have a motion by Councilman Hannon, second by Councilman Lau. If there is no further discussion, please vote. And motion carries 5-0. Line item 9, public forum. This portion of the meeting voted public. If you wish to comment, you can do so at the meeting or raise your hand feature Zoom, *9 if you're participating via phone. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. Please avoid repetition. Is there any public input at this time? Becky?
You asked, here I am, Becky Hallett for the record. So I do have a question on the 8.2. One of the lots that is included in that development is a 5-acre parcel that is not SF6, whatever they are. So how would the adjacency standard work for that if it's only supposed to go down to 1 acre next to a 5-acre parcel? Just curious. You asked. Have a good night.
Okay, thank you for your comment. We appreciate it. Anybody on Zoom? Okay, our next meeting will be November 5th at 2025 at 5 p.m. This meeting is now adjourned. Now you can go eat.
You give me a favor? Can you get me a big ass TV in the middle?